Anybody tell you it's gone way too far? No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the priests told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution, call it whatever you need. Make a resolution, battle till you bleed. Prophets and the preachers warned you, but you waited too long, and now your chance is gone. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all go down in flames. Let it all burn down in the flames. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Ooh, let it all burn. Ooh, let it burn. Let it all burn down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all
So what's the best time for you? We could play your games, but I could never see me lose. And I've been checking out your moves. You will slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove, catch your groove. I've been hurt before and saw you inside me. Pulling on my heart, all the strings will fly, see. You can take the cake, I'm just icing. Blow so quick, never fuck with the Pisces. But I like quick. We could change shape in a take. With the
work hard, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it
Story shaking tight, it's been a day. Blood's been flowing strong since yesterday. Somewhere beneath these crippled thoughts, wondering how my pain has caused. Your pain didn't mean to share. Now I've just been looking into that deep hole and staring. I'm here, don't take it away. I care, just tell me to stay. before our tired hearts reach their low. And I call your name silently, couldn't breathe, 'cause I want you to know my pain. How
should not try to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored.
for you. We could play your games, but I could never see me lose. And I've been checking out your moves. You will slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove, catch your groove. I've been hurt before and saw you inside me. Pulling on my heart, all the strings will fly, see. You can take the cake, I'm just icing. Blow so quick, never fuck with the Pisces. But I like quick. We could change shape in a take. With the
Well, good morning.
We are looking into several faces that looked somewhat more fresh yesterday. And one very young face. Hi.
Hi, Nemo.
How's everybody feeling? Are you ready, able, and capable to learn something about the event stream? Yeah? It's filling up nicely, Mark Henry. You have some pull on you, hey? No, these are your fans. They don't care about the event stream. All right. I think we've teased him enough. You know what's coming. Mark Henry, would you like to join us?
Yes, certainly. I don't know if my microphone is on already.
It will be in a second.
Okay, but
All right.
we also, Bernhard and me, we managed already to educate all you all at the workshop without mic.
See, yeah, the room isn't that big.
Yeah.
But the stream wants to hear you too.
Yes, that is true.
All right, thank you very much. Give a round of applause for Mark Henry, and then we're off.
Thank you, dear Tutu, for introducing me again. I already have my kata tea prepared for today. So, and I expected much more sunglasses in the crowd, but maybe it was not a too long night after all. This is the traditional hangover talk, so we will start with something really light, the event stream. Last year there was a myth that there was a stream through the forest where some of us might have crossed it. This year I also found someone who actually made the cross. This time we will dive into the event stream. This is more fun, less wet. So, my name is you know, and the contents are, first we will start with the basic concept, just a quick recap. There, I'm mostly trying to explain the new words to you, the glossary. Then we have a quick introduction to the extension points that are new with NEOS 9. Afterwards, I will show how the publishing process works in detail, because we spend so much love in it, and it makes hooking into it really easy because it's so simplistic. And last but not least, we will do something stupid, and I have a little demo, because why not? Hi, Nemo. So, first of all, the concepts from core to from node to graph. So, you have probably seen this chart a couple of times. It was refined over the years multiple times as well, and it's. I think I'm not breaking any news here that we are event sourced and have a CQRS command query separation, but I hope this is clear. But it doesn't matter actually too much to the concepts that we will be following up, like node and subgraph, and that there are node types and dimensions layer, because that can also be implemented in a traditional layer. But later, we will through extensions, we will definitely feel how this two-step process works. Instead of copy-pasting the NEOS docs, we lovely created a DNS sprint into the slides. I will already start going through them, just a quick draft, because we attempted to do is really layered. So at first, and you all know this, we have the node. It's the most fundamental building block. You don't have to read this all right now. I will just explain the most important details. It has properties. It has a node type as a schema, but this is it. There are references are another deal. They are also part of the schema, but they are in the second category. So nodes in itself are just the basic item. The subgraph and the node relations are the things where everything gets really interesting, because a node is only important with relations to another node, and we, for example, have a special kind of node, and this is the root node. This is the first to be explained. In NEOS 8, it was the sites entry point. You already probably have seen that in the node path. Actually, it was one before that. It was just slash. And in NEOS 9, there can be multiple root nodes. They always have to be one type. And from there on, you can just create your regular structure. In our NEOS case, it is the neos.neos.sites root node. And beneath it, there are the sites hanging there with the name and all its contents. So, but for NEOS, we also use the naming for the sites, so we can attach a name for a bucket. But it can also be solved differently, but you already know this from a content collection as well, they have names. In NEOS 9, we refer to them as tethered nodes, because this is the more academic term than auto-created. Auto-created never explicitly declared how nodes should behave if there is a node type change and what should actually happen. It was more, it could also be seen like with node templates they are created when the node gets created, but in NEOS 9 we have a really strict relationship between the parent node and a child if it's tethered. There is, it is guaranteed that they always are together unless you change the node type schema, of course. But for that we have adjustments. So just let that be in mind. This is a strong guarantee. Besides tethered nodes and regular child nodes, we have references. And references are obviously known from NEOS 8. And we implemented them a little more explicit in a different table, and thus we allowed backreferencing. That was already teased at the opening conference. The backreferences were not that easily possible to implement in NEOS 8, but now we have them. They are not super strict. If you delete the node and it was referenced somewhere, the reference entry is either kept or deleted, but as an RP user, you will not know about this. The reference will no longer show up, basically. References can also have properties. This is not yet allowed to be set by UI, but for that you could model relationships like you have a person and another person, and they are befriended, and you want to attach information, how long are they befriended. This is just a really straightforward example, but I bet you can model everything with that, and from complex product catalogs to basically anything. And the last kind of relationship we introduced, this is a new one, or partially new, because in NEOS 8 we only supported disabling of nodes, and your removing was also similarly loose implemented like this. And in NEOS 9 we allow a way more generic concept for marking nodes as anything. It's just a Boolean flag that is put on the node and all its descendants. Yes, I might have forgot to explain these graphs, but I hope they are intuitive. I've seen them so many times by drawing out stuff for the new CR. I will move my node. This is the node. It has a tag attached because it was probably set here. You can identify this by the outgoing relationships, and it will affect the same node and all its childs. Nothing else has to be done from the user perspective. It is implemented in the CR. This really solves the problem of not being able. A node that is disabled will disable all its child nodes. So if you want to query one of a child nodes, you can know if it's disabled or not. You can actually restrict it beforehand. That's where the visibility constraints come into hand, because fine-grained tagging is ideal for allowing to restrict a subgraph's perspective. So Now I said the word subgraph, and subgraph is actually all this combined. The view, the perspective on the whole graph, because you know it is usually really complex in the NEOS, or if NEOS is intended to be used for really complex systems. So there are multiple dimensions, maybe with many dimension values, and you have so many parent-child relations, and it with references, and with anything, it really helps to restrict it, and for that we have the subgraph. It encapsulates this really nicely, and if you add to the subgraph that you don't, or you do want to see disabled nodes, it will just filter this out for you, and all its queries like find child nodes, find parent node, find node by ID will incorporate that, and will just not return nodes that don't match that filter. Too many negations. But you get the grasp of it, right? So in the above example, because node is tagged with some tag, if we exclude some tag, we will basically see the graph as just a root and node sibling. There will be nothing else to be queried. It is just a game solver if you ever had the problem of working with nested disabled nodes. Subgraphs also encapsulate another part. No, I mentioned that already, and these are dimensions. I will not go too deep into them, but be aware we have a much more we have a fine-grained naming glossary now. We call each point in the dimension space a dimension space point. Don't be afraid of this name. It is just, you can alias it, I don't know. But it is true. It is also really easy to work with them because it's a value object in PHP, and you can target language DE, language and GSB, or even with multiple dimension values. The dimension space allows same or even more complex functionality, or better structured than in EOS 8. This whole guide is really complex, but just as a recap, we allow still shine truths. These are not really shine truths per se anymore because they are calculated at write time, so it is really fast. And we allow peer nodes, so like English and French, and multiple dimension values. I already mentioned that. For really deep information, you can go to the dimensions sections here, or ask me or probably Bernhard any question later. If you want to ignore the visibility constraints and the dimensions, and you want to query the graph on a more larger scale, you're interested in the content graph. There's still some method internal on it, but the basic grasp of it is that you can get a whole node aggregate. And this allows to efficiently work with the whole width of the node. Like you have a node identified by identifier, but it's just not identifying this single node in dimension language, EN, but also in German. It is the same node identifier, that's why we call it node aggregate identifier. They share the same type, they must, and they have the same classification. The classification is tethered or just a regular node. For that, you can visualize it like this. The gray box groups the whole aggregate. You have the two nodes inside here. The yellow is not a real node already because it has no properties. It is just a fallback, a pointer to the node in German. Exactly. If you build something basic, you will not need this content graph because the subgraph already encapsulated everything nicely. But just be aware of it, that it exists, and you. It's just the concept how the CR operates. In a larger scale, the content graph might look like this. We have different colors for different dimensions, and everything is accessible. The root, you might notice that, is a special case. It covers, it occupies, I forgot. It either occupies all dimensions or it covers all dimensions, but it is always a variable in every dimension, otherwise it would not be the root. Exactly. Now I will go into the workspaces chapter because, truth be told, we don't only have dimensions, visibility constraints, we also have even another perspective to be really broad, and that is the workspaces. You already know this because you work with Live, and then probably have a user account to edit the website in. And in NEOS 9, this is implemented in a different way than in NEOS 8, and all the concepts we have had before fit on this workspace model too. So each workspace encapsulates this, but you can also go through all workspaces and have like, each workspace has obviously the same dimensions in the configuration, but they might contain different nodes. I will not go right now too deep into this because regarding the publishing process, I've prepared something else for later. And that would be it for the concept. So back to the slides. Now it's time to talk about extension points because they are really important. I did a small phrase, a word play, not a word play, but I referenced AOP because you might wonder if this is still relevant with NEOS 9 in the content repository core, and to be honest, it is not. AHP was not intended to be used with NEOS 9 because it's a library. You cannot hack into every point. That on one side, it makes extension really fine-grained, and it allows us to guarantee that the system works incredibly reliable. But you can use other points to hook into the system. We have prepared a few. So at first, I want to share this simple example just to get you in the right mood for working with events. Imagine we have an event stream. This is the time flowing from left to right. And there are existing events, like just a node which was created. We just have named it node, a document node, and it has a title. And then we want to issue another event, node properties with set. In NEOS 8, it was just a set property, and you could hook into this with a flow signal. This is basically also connected with the same AHP in the back. That's why I referenced it. The event will contain all its properties and the node be targeted. It's also important, or just good to know, all events implement in PHP the event interface, just that you know, so you can look them up easily. And they are defined in the content repository core, but not extensible, obviously. We have a discrete amount of commands and events. You cannot extend them because we wouldn't know what to do with that. If you have, if you want to extend something, you need to open up a known event stream and or use traditional OAM to store data. In the next slide, I will just keep the node properties for set event in mind. And the next slide, I will show you that we have projections. This is the most basic item that is required to work. We always have to ship one, and that is the content graph. These are the subscribers that get the events, and the goal of the projections is that they have to be side effect free, and only be deterministic based on the events. So step by step, they will go through the events and just build up the state in database or memory or wherever. They do come with the complexity to track everything. So in the first example where we just create a node and set a property, you might think it's really simple. We can implement that. It really gets complex if you want to find out at any point if a node is a child of another. This is basically impossible to re-implement. Not really. We have the, as example, the content graph and document UV path projection. You can just copy those. But we will go in the next example to show you what is a possible way to hook into the events. So because they are so low level, it comes with a lot of work to implement something. They do have because they are so low level, they do have the gain that you can always replay them. If you only have the events, you can replay them up to state X, and everything is fine. You don't have to worry about anything. With catch-up hooks, this is a little more different because sometimes they do side effects after all. In the most basic case, sending an email, though we want to, in a future version, we want to guide you to use async processes for that, because if you do too much, the process will obviously go slow. But for that later. Catch-up hooks are the concept we built above projections. So the projection, let me go back, it has a state, and it has apply. It's really simple, you know, to get the event and you build the state. In the catch-up hooks, you can access the state of the projection. In the case for the content graph projection, you can query the graph for every node and check if the property was something set before and how it differentiates now, and or where does it reside in the tree, and you're always guaranteed to have the current information from that graph. It is also important to be noted that it can only be invoked around one projection. Otherwise, the guarantees are really flash. We don't know what happens if you replay one projection and then other is out of sync. Then there is no there is no solution for that other than restricting it. Now, it can greatly be used for cache flushing or for the asset usage. These are the cases we have. You can just look into the catch-up interface and see where we implemented it. And for setup, it's also be noted that we either have to build a custom indexer if the content graph is already at a position 1000, I don't know, where you already have nodes, because otherwise you would need to reset the content graph and replay it up. I feel like this is, for me, really self-explanatory. Danny also knows this. I will show an example. Right here, we have, I took this from just the asset usage, and we have two hooks, on after event and on a before event. I will focus on the after event first. It is invoked after the event was issued on the event stream. We can still see the basic schematics right here, event instance. It was in our example a node properties per set event, as we already remembered, with the title moin. And if you wonder what is the event envelope, it is actually the raw structure of the event, how it occurs in the database. We have more metadata considering which date it was issued, which is its technical unique event identifier, and what is the encoded JSON serialized payload, and even more information. But for the most cases, you want to work with the deserialized PHP value objects and these are the node properties with set events, it will already know all the properties, and it is type safe. This will flow through the first parameter in event instance. Then you can check which case it is. We have seen before that we also work with node accurate with node was created. This is the initial node creation, but we now want to focus on the node property setting. And then I invoked a custom helper update node. It requires 3 parameters. We will just focus on workspace name and node aggregate ID. The event knows that as we already know, and then we can fetch the node from the graph and add it to some indexer and update it. This way we could probably track properties or the ancestors of a node and do some efficient lookup later, or we use it for the asset users, for example, where we have to know when a node used an asset and what was its current hierarchy at that point. Or for cache flushing, where we have to clear all the scanlins after we deleted a node, or similar reasons. It might be also interesting to know that we have a clever way of working with removals, or because naturally you wouldn't be able to query a node that is removed, and for that we have the onBefore event. It will allow you to query the content graph before the event was issued, and this obviously allows you to check, oh, there's a removed event coming. How about we query the graph right now, and later it will be removed, but I can still do some tasks. On after event, this wouldn't be possible because the node would already be gone. Yes. A second hook are the command hooks, and they are intended for hooking into the command process. They are totally different from the previous hooks we saw because they operate on the after the command was handled and the events are generated. The command hooks work before that and completely around that. So they allow you to either already return a totally new command or modify that before the command was even really issued to the content repository. It's a really early layer around it. It can access the content graph as the catch-up hook also. It's limited as a projection. And we see a simple interface of it right here where we just can get a command interface on before and return another. On after handle, we have a similar contract where we get in published events just a collection of the events we already have seen in the catch-up hook. Yes. An example would be custom constraints, or also ensuring that for a certain node type, an identifier is always unique among its siblings. A simple use case for that would be obviously HTML anchors, where you don't want to have the same anchor on the same page. Or right here we have, I've basically taken this from the example for Neos forms, where we also have to ensure that identifiers are unique. This is a solution to easily to be guaranteed to hook into the process, and you don't have to rely on the editor doing that. I don't think it looks that complex. It's just a little bit of command and getting the properties out. To those who were at the workshop, you already know the graph of it. You need to get the content graph, you can get the subgraph, you have the node, you can check if it's of type special type, and then you can do your custom logic to adjust or modify the identifier. Maybe it's already a qualified identifier, and then you just return it and reissue this command with a different set of properties. You can find an example is in Neos form. Maybe I will also post this, but it's probably not working. There's a lot of component out code. The command, for anyone confused, is the attention before the event was issued. It looks a little similar to the event because the event in this case is not that complex. It is just the aggregate ID and properties. Though in the command we work with the unserialized raw PHP object as properties, while the event has to be serializable. And the command is just an unvalidated intention. The node aggregate ID might not exist at the time. If I'm a stupid programmer, I will just attempt to set up properties on a node that doesn't exist, and then the command handling will fail and will just not respect that intention. While the events are ensured to work, they are already validated and the node exists, the properties were set this way. This is what happened. The command can fail. So I think we already good on time. How many time have I left? And minus 5 minutes. Why? Minus 5 minutes. Okay, now we're getting into the really interesting part. It's about publishing. Was this serious minus 5? I looked on the clock. I started quarter past. Okay, I will make it a little quicker. We have something as similar as changing the text right here on the website. And this might seem really simple, but I also click the publish button. This makes it a little more complex. What is happening? You might ask, but maybe you will not, because it is really complicated. I don't know if we should really go through that as all, but I did prepare some really nice slides. So at first, we want to edit this node. We have seen the similar screen already. And the real first step to edit a node is not actually edit that node. You know that we have workspaces. So you would have done this in the user workspace. For that, we fork the content stream and do this in the user workspace. The second step then is during publishing, to modify the live workspace. And we do this by taking the event we had on the user content stream and putting it on live. So far, so simple, right? But the question is now, what do we do with the user content stream? It is a little odd because it has the same event now, and it is technically diverged because the events are not the same. They are just similar. So without going too much into detail, at the end, we found a really nice abstraction, but I wanted to go with you to the process how we did that. And the first idea was that we were in a hassle, as we cannot remove events from the content stream, as a content stream is always append only. We would have to start something new. And then there's the question, how can we start a new workspace if we already had that from the user? If this is not possible, user Danny already existed, and we cannot. We would need a technical identifier where we really place the content, and for that we have content streams. So instead of actually always just referring to the workspace internally, we always refer to the content stream. So we still have the stale content streams at some point. They just lead to nowhere and stop. But we can create a new content stream. And we have a clever way of linking that back to the workspaces. and that is done by a separate content stream. This is for workspaces again, where we first have a signal where the workspace was created, and we attach that to a certain content stream, and later, every time when something changes, we update the content stream. But the workspace name stays the same the whole span of life, just its content stream can always change at any point during the publishing, for example. In this example, you can see how the events are correlated basically from the content flow and the workspace mapping to content stream flow, because every time we create a new content stream where we start editing or where we publish, we issue a second event so that we can map the workspace to the content stream back. This is not your concern anymore, luckily, as we simplified the workspace handling and moved the workspace to the nodes itself and the content graph and subgraph. So normally you always need to only be aware of the workspaces, but internally it looks a little complex. In total, the whole publishing process looks like this. Let me walk you through this one last time. First, the first edit, we edited a node. And for that, we had to add a content stream fork. I used this little fork emoji. Then we decided to publish this change on live, and we just take that event and put it on live with a different workspace name, obviously, because it's now on live. Then we say the content stream was published, and we fork a new one and say that we we fork a new content stream for the user, that is the green one on the top, and we connect it with the published event, so we still have the information where the current content lives. And then we can repeat the process on putting events on the green arrow again. This might seem a little complicated, and I didn't have time to fully explain it completely. But the basic information is that you don't have to worry about this too much, because if you're ever interested in live, you can just listen to the events on live. Whenever they will be relevant, when they were put on live, either by imported directly or because they were published on live, you will just notice it. You can just ignore any temporary changes, and this makes interfaces like the command hook or the catch-up hook really, really simple to use. For example, if I have the intention to note if after a handling, a command, if I publish command, this would be a publish command, did change a property, I can look in the published events and do another operation afterwards. Yes. Any questions? Christopher.
Okay. So in the docs, I didn't really. It's not completely, which are really good. So kudos for understanding. But I didn't get really if the commands for the rebase part and everything are reapplied and can fail. What will happen? What is happening if a command cannot be applied because the node was removed in between? Talking about rebasing, which you didn't go into, which is even more complex.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you can repeat the question quickly for the audience at home.
Christopher is wondering the right question about how we solve the rebasing and publishing with no deletions. This is excellent, because we spent, before the release, I think 3 weeks on that, by fully re-implementing that. And we did a clever solution by actually not removing the nodes, but we just tag them as removed. And do that, we can still apply a rebase, and the node will still exist. And I will go in depth with this later, but keep in mind we took 3 weeks to implement that. And it's a garbage collector that basically cleans the soft removes node up if there are no usages left. It is not, there's no time to explain it in detail, but we solved it.
Well, thank you, Marc-Henri. Well done. We got a question from the audience anyway. We haven't got any in the app.
We don't have any other questions. That must mean you've answered them all.
Oh, I just confused
Or
everyone.
you confused them all, or you were in so deep that they wouldn't even know what to ask. So either way, no questions. How do you feel about the fact that Taylor has her master's back?
Good.
So this is Taylor
Totally
Swift content.
unrelated.
All right, thank you so much. Now, everybody hurry, hurry. The next talk downstairs is happening like now. We'll just go seamlessly into the next talk to catch up the delay. Another big round of applause, please, for our one and only Marc-Henri. And then we'll fill the silence a little bit while people are shuffling in and shuffling out. And I'm assuming there's going to be a little bit of setup. Bleiben wir einfach stehen? Ich glaube, meine Oberschenkel machen das auch nicht mit. Jetzt nochmal runter und wieder rauf.
Well, well, well.
I think we're ready. Do you remember in the keynote yesterday that fun VR video with the shopping cart and the strategically placed bottle of wine and the carton of milk that he yeeted back into the fridge? Yeah. I want to see if VR can be done better.
Have you, by the way, noticed we put in a little feed in here for all the hungovers? There's a little clock up there, and the second hand doesn't move to give you the notion of time not moving. So
you can sit with your hangover a little better. Hey, David, you want to come up here? This is David.
Hello.
And we are very excited to hear what he has to tell us. Please remember to ask questions in the app whenever you think of any. And vote, vote, vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, yeah, good to be here. I've talked about this with a lot of people a lot of times last year, this year, and I was asked to do a talk about it because we did a little experiment the last, let's say, 1.5 years. And Path Creator has always been a company where we've been working remotely, so we've never had that classic office culture. But at least in the last 6 or 7 years, we did have an office. And shortly before COVID, or in 21, I don't remember when exactly it was, we were thinking, okay, we will hire more people. So we've been only two of us back then, and thought, okay, it makes sense to just look for people in the Munich area where our office is. And so we rented a larger office space, which was the logical thing to do because more people, more space just makes sense. Now, what then happened was this. So we hired more people, but actually almost none of them were in the Munich area. So we had office space. So we now have a bunch of people in Germany. We have a colleague in Spain. We have recently got a couple of new colleagues in Iceland. So quite distributed. It's hard to, well, feel close, to meet in reality. And then in end of 2023, I saw this. This is a German YouTuber that is Spiel und Zeug. It's all about smart home and all sorts of things. And he was talking about how he was using VR headsets to do internal meetings, and was describing it in detail. So I was also researching, watching a lot of videos about it, talking about it with colleagues, and well, okay, this sounds interesting. So what's the next step? So what do you actually need to do it in order to test it? Obviously, you need a VR headset, and there's not just these, there's a bunch of other options. The price point is hugely different between Meta's products and Apple's products, so you can buy 10 of the cheaper ones compared to one of Apple's products. And they have different operating systems. They are still in silos, so you need to do some research before starting or buying something, because if one of your colleagues has one headset and the other one buys an Apple headset, because for whatever reason, you can't really use the same apps because they just don't coexist on apps like it is the case with Zoom or Google Meet or whatever, big blue button, or whatever you want to use. And then the next thing is, okay, I'm obviously wearing glasses, so what do you do about that? You can leave your glasses on, which for some headsets works, and it's kind of uncomfortable because I have a big head, so when I put on the headset over the glasses, it just creates that pressure on these bars on the side. When you take off the headset, you always throw your glasses on the bottom or on your desk or whatever. So there's another option, which is prescription lenses, which you just plug in the headset. I have mine here, so I can also show you. It's just tucked onto the actual displays. So that's great, but it's also some additional cost. So next thing that we came across is when we tested these things is comfort. And headsets are heavy. These VR headsets are unfortunately not at a place where you can just use them as regular glasses. They are too heavy to wear for a full day. And our experience is you can use them for maybe 2 or 3 hours, but more is just killing your head. You get a headache, your neck starts to hurt. So that's it's a great tool, but it's not perfect yet. There's also the default head straps that Meta is delivering is just some fabric, so it's quite front heavy, so you can buy custom head straps. So there's quite some getting used to. And in total, these headsets cost around 500, 550-ish euros in total with prescription lenses and the custom head straps, so it's still a fair price. And what we did, we actually reduced the office space, so that was 1 month of saving was basically the equivalent of buying headsets for a team of 8 people back then. And then you got 2 hours of battery life. So if you want to use them longer, you need a long USB-C cable because otherwise it just turns off. Next thing you need to come across is what apps are actually exist, because it's not, these things are, well, kind of built for business, but also with gaming in mind. So there's different apps for business purposes. The ones that we used in the last 1.5 years is Meta Horizon Workrooms, which is the default app from Meta. It's very simple, but it's also kind of limited sometimes, so you can see your screen in VR when you're immersed in these rooms, essentially. But you can do a lot of customization in Meta's app. Then there's Immersed, which is a third-party app, where you can have up to 5 screens, which is great. Because if you want to, when I develop, I at least need one giant screen. I have a physical curved screen and my MacBook next to it. But in VR, I can just have 3 giant screens and do whatever the UI designs on one screen, email on another, and then the IDE in the middle, or then another Notes app somewhere else. So this is really gives you a flexibility that you don't have in real life, or if you want to have it, it gets quite expensive. On the other hand, Immersed is a bit hard to configure. So getting the screens right, you can just adjust them like this in size, and it just drives me crazy until I have the right setup. There's Microsoft Mesh, which is kind of a spin-off of Teams, which is also interesting because you can freely move around rooms, and if you move to another room, you can't hear the other people, but you're still kind of in the same world. Meet in VR is another option on Meta. And then if you want to spend the real big money with Apple Vision Pro, you only have FaceTime, essentially, which is an option. The avatars look great and more realistic, but unfortunately, you can't talk to anyone else that doesn't have an Apple product. This is what it looks like. I'm going to show you later on. So when you are in VR meetings, you are sitting across avatars. So it's like comic figures. It's not really how these people look like. We tried a lot to make them look like us, but in the end, you just need to get used to that the virtual representation of you looks different. But what's actually more important than the looks of it is audio. So these headsets are really great in making sure that the sound is coming exactly from the point where someone is in VR. And that is what makes the impression of being in the same place. So it's almost as if it doesn't matter what you see, it's more about what you hear. And that is what makes it great for us. And that also is what works well. Spatial audio works really well. These avatars look weird. It also looks weird when your wife comes into the room and you have the headset on, or your partner, and so that is some getting used to. But it actually feels like if you would be at the same place, which is great for a distributed team because we can't just meet every day. So this is, for us, something that we like and kind of gotten used to. You can have a screen setup that you don't have in reality. And it's also possible that people can attend that don't have a VR headset. So you can just log in through a web browser, then you're basically floating in the room like a screen. And that kind of creates the impression when you are in VR, it actually feels like someone else is watching from outside the window, like that kind of feeling. So it's pretty interesting. And non-business use cases that I like personally is gaming. I tried it in the beginning, but it's not something that maybe I've grown out of that age. And then what I really like though is in winter, there's these beautiful helicopter rides over a beach or something that you can just watch for 5 minutes, and it's quite relaxing. So that's something that I use. But I actually, and I think most colleagues as well, are primarily using these things for meetings. What's not so great, I've touched on a couple of these things already. Weight is one issue still, so these headsets need to get lighter. Sometimes they do updates and just remove really great features. Meta had a great whiteboard feature where you could just take screenshots, pin them on a whiteboard, take notes, take screenshots of the whole whiteboard, put it to Confluence or whatever tool you're using. And out of a sudden, they just removed that feature because they decided it's not necessary anymore. So we had to look for an alternative. So it's still in its early stages. It's not like whatever Microsoft Office 365 or any of these huge products that are used by millions every day. It can get quite warm. I'll show you in a second. Probably be a bit sweaty under the headset afterwards because it's already warm here. And some people struggle with motion sickness. That is also one thing that's commonly known, but it's less of an issue in meetings because it primarily happens when you move in reality and the movement in the headset is something else. So you are walking there, and in VR it looks like you're walking 100 meters. That virtual reality and reality doesn't match the movement. And if you have a headache, probably don't use it because it makes it worse. What we usually do is more use it in mornings and not so much in the evening when your head is already a bit tired. What we use it for, internal meetings, I already mentioned. What we also do is like co-working sessions is what we call them. So everybody's just working on his or her own thing and just in the same room, and then you start to talk like you would in a regular office. The usage in the last 1.5 years fluctuates. We use it less in summers because when it's warm, it's less comfortable. Sometimes you're just not in the mood, but especially in our developers meetings, we use them on a daily basis, basically. So for these kind of quick meetings for 20, 30 minutes maybe, that's what we use it very regularly for. So I would say it's definitely worth it. And we will continue using it. So it became a tool in our toolbox. So it's not as if it can replace your computer or your screens, but it's a nice addition, especially if you're working remotely and want to have a tool that makes you feel a little closer. We still meet in reality once or twice, maybe 3 times a year, but with the distances, it can become quite expensive and also sometimes hard to organize. So it doesn't replace these real in-person connections that are still very important to me as well. But it helps to feel closer. And now what I'd like to do is just show you quickly on the screen how this looks like and meet with a couple of colleagues. So what I'm just need to start the streaming that you can see what I can see. No, I need to switch to Wi-Fi quickly. So it's yeah. Now it should start. Yeah, I can see it. So it's okay. But they need to switch the computers. Yeah, so this is basically when you start using it. I can move the virtual whatever menu around, and what I'm going to do now is, so I can see you, but when I now open Horizon Workrooms, which is the meeting app that that I've mentioned, that we use most of the time, it sometimes takes a while, and then I need to prepare my workroom, which means telling the thing where my desk is, and then I'm by default in a fully immersed room now, because that's the standard setting. I can also switch back to this, which is the whatever, show my screen or not show it, and hang on. Okay, that's not good because now it's confused because of the real screen here. But now what I'm going to do is just enter a meeting room where you won't be able to hear them, but this is part of the Pass Creator team. So good morning. And now we're in a virtual meeting at a lake where you can see the mountains and some water. It's nice and sunny. And if you look behind it, it's like that default room. What you can do here now is share a screen. Okay, I can't for whatever reason. But what you can do as well is, there, someone's sharing their screen, so you have that screen in front of you. And what you can then do as well is change the, where is it? Change the room layout. So if you want to do more of a presentation layout, you can switch to this. So we're now sitting next to each other and watching that screen. And if I want to do like being a presenter, I can go to this room or this chair. So it changes the room layout, and you have that giant screen. And if they start to talk, I can hear exactly where the voice is coming from, which makes it feel, like we would be in the same place. So thanks, guys. Okay. Yeah, that's basically it, how we work in VR. If you got questions, feel free to ask.
Well, we do have some questions. Great talk. Applause for David, please.
I might have actually submitted a few of those.
Sorry?
I might have actually submitted a few of those questions.
Okay. Then go for it.
Oh, yeah, it's quite some. Well, have you noticed a change in the time you spent on meetings after implementing VR headsets in your team, considering the health limitations?
No, not really. If it becomes too long, we just switch to some other tool, basically. So the meeting length didn't really change, if that's the question, basically.
Seems like.
Yeah,
Marta?
I mean, if someone just says it's too heavy on the head or something, we just switch to Teams or whatever, and use regular video calls, basically.
Okay. And then that's actually my question, because I was curious when you were talking about the whiteboard feature.
Yeah.
And I was wondering whether that was like the same awkward notion you had in the Walmart movie, where you had to grab like the wine from the shelf. Did you have to grab a pen, and how does it feel?
I was still on a train when Robert did his talk, so I didn't see what he shared yesterday. So I need to rewatch that.
It's terrible.
Yeah, no, it like the whiteboard was. You have physical controllers that you can flip around and then use as a pen.
Yeah.
And some of our colleagues did quite well. I couldn't get used to it, so I never used it to write things down. Mm-hmm. But that really worked quite well. So what I just showed, where you can switch seats, you could just decide to go to in front of the whiteboard and then start to write and change the size of screenshots that you pin to the whiteboard and stuff like that. So it was really great. So now you need to use other tools, because unfortunately they removed it. They also removed a lot of options, so you could sit at the beach. Now you only have that, what I just showed, which is still great, but after a year, you might want to work somewhere else if you have these VR options anyway. So that's why sometimes it makes sense to just try out a couple of different apps.
And us people who still live in the Stone Age need to quit their job and move someplace else to do that.
Yeah, probably.
Are your team members allowed to use their VR headsets outside of work for gaming?
Yes.
That was my question.
Yes.
And I noticed when you were just saying goodbye, you waved, and your coworkers waved back.
Yeah.
What kind of black magic is that? How does the VR headset know that you're waving? Or did you press a button that says I'm waving?
No. It actually has like these 3 black thingies. There's cameras in it that are used for hand tracking. So when I'm having it on my head, it just tracks my hand.
So
and
you physically wave and your avatar waves. That's insane.
Yeah. And you can also do like fist bumps and clapping and stuff in reality, and it replicates that in VR. It also is sometimes a bit weird because when you're sitting next to each other on a desk and then you want to do like Touch ID and you do this, then sometimes in VR it feels like if a colleague is coming too close, because in reality the avatar is moving towards you because they don't see where your notebook is, but on a desk it might be there. And then it's like, what are you doing?
Touchy.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because they can't touch you.
No, they can't. But it's really good with
So it's very
creating the
immersive.
impression of really being there. Yeah.
What's the range of sight? Like normal eyesight? If you wave here, does it still?
Well, it's maybe this.
Okay.
So yeah, and it differs. This is better than there's a 3S version, which is a bit cheaper, that has less of a field of view, and Vision Pro, you can basically have your hands on the lap and do these selection things, but on the other hand, well, price is an issue. Yeah.
Oh, cool. What about eyes? When they are starting to be tired, how long daily you use the VR set? What about resolution? Some questions.
Resolution is pretty good actually. And it's also great in making the part where you're looking at sharper than the edges. So you don't get the impression that if you're actually trying to view the edges without looking at it, you notice that it gets a bit blurry at the side. But it's pretty good. It's close to 4K resolution. What was the other question?
How long until your eyes get tired?
Yeah, well, it differs a bit on how fit you are, if you slept well and stuff like that. Like, it's also the case when you're just working regularly, but for me it's probably 2 or 3 hours. Afterwards it gets a bit too much. When you have dry eyes, you might need to use eye drops because there's fans in the thing that they don't blow inside, but it makes the air dry inside the headset. So can make it a bit worse. So what I usually do if we have longer meetings, I use eye drops before I use the headset.
And I noticed you took your glasses off.
Yeah.
As someone who is almost legally blind myself, I'm
Yeah.
so nearsighted. How does the VR correct for your lenses?
There's prescription lenses, so that's little things that you can buy based on your. This is for my glasses, and then now it's just without it. And if I put them on, it's basically correcting your eyesight.
There's some limits to that. My glasses are so thick, they're like ashtrays. I don't think they would fit in there with my head.
There's a lot of room inside these headsets, so you can maybe use
But it would make them impossibly heavy.
and today the limit is about 3 minutes until you drop.
Has it improved the productivity of the meeting output? And did it have an impact of experience for VR workshops?
It depends on what you're working on. I would say for design reviews or something like that, it's pretty cool because you have just these huge screens, and that's what I like when we're whatever new UI designs and mock-ups and discussing about that. That's pretty cool. I wouldn't say it changed productivity per se, but it changed it's more a tool to feel closer with the remote team.
So it has an impact on culture.
Yes, I would say that.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's good. Can you annoy your colleagues?
Annoy?
Of course you would like that.
Yeah, sure. I'll find ways.
Talking about resolution, doesn't get a casted screen very small? Do you want to? I think there's some autocorrect issue.
I thought about this when you're sitting in this presentation mode and you have your screen shared here in a distance about as far as the end is away from me. Doesn't it get very, very small if you have the browser and maybe talking about a box shadow of a button or whatever?
No, it's pretty. I mean, the size of the screen, you can see pretty much exactly what you see when the screen is in front of you. So it's pretty good at picking the right size. I mean, that's the Meta app that does most of the decisions for you, so you don't have a lot of customization in terms of how big the screens are. Unless you're working alone, then you can have multiple screens with different sizes. But in these meetings, they pick the presets basically, and they usually work very well. It's different in other apps where you can make the screen very small or very big, and if it's too small, then it might be an issue, but then you can also adjust it if someone has difficulty seeing things.
If you adjust it, does it adjust for everyone, or can you like zoom in for yourself privately?
Well, it depends on if you're sharing or not. If you're sharing, then you're sharing the screen that you want to share. So if you have multiple screens in that one app, and you can share whatever screen you want to share, and then they also see the same size.
Your concept of having a short talk and lots of Q&A does work
fun.
out.
Yeah.
Questions keep popping in.
And they keep coming in too.
Good.
Clearly very interesting.
Yeah. Were there any concerns amongst your colleagues about the use of VR, or was everyone excited about the change?
I would say it was more curiosity. Didn't really hear any concerns. It's more on the compliance side that we can't really, we use it for these meetings, but you can't really process real data in it because there are options to put these things in mobile device management systems and stuff like that, but then it gets quite expensive, and we didn't want to spend that amount of money initially, so we have just told everyone, use it for meetings, use it for gaming if you want, but don't upload any customer data in these headsets. And they don't record when you're using it, at least. So that's yeah. Well, it's Facebook, so yeah, it's definitely a valid point, I would say. Yeah.
What is the advantage of having a VR setup if you need to maintain a regular setup anyways? So like, you're able to switch to a regular conference if someone is fatigued?
Well, we have both virtual options, like regular Zoom calls, Teams calls, whatever, and these VR headsets. So we just, if we're working remotely, we pick whatever we feel is best for the task, or if we're not in the mood to work in VR, we just don't do it. And we still have that physical office in Munich, which is just a small room now, and that is more if we want to meet customers, or sometimes it's also still great to meet in person if you have the opportunity. So it's not replacing it, it's an addition. Yeah.
I cannot read the last question. It's cut off.
Oh.
Do you? You can on your device.
Seems like an Android issue.
Yeah.
Does it work well if some people are in the same location?
Not so much. So because you hear it from the headset and you hear them talking in real.
The hybrid thing is a catastrophe in any setting.
Yeah. So that's an issue here as well. So it works best if you're all at least in another room or far enough from
another country.
Well, that works as well. But yeah.
I have one last question that just came to my mind. Actually, no, I'm going to pretend someone asked this because... Oh, wait, no, another question came in. Can you invite an AI note taker?
Not to this app. It might work in the Microsoft solution because you can just invite anyone. But I don't know if there's specific AI note takers that are compatible with these VR apps. But there's like Microsoft is leaning more towards merging regular Teams calls and this kind of stuff, which is not perfect yet, but they're working towards it at least. So maybe there's an option there, but we haven't tested it yet.
And, all right, one more question that is totally submitted by someone anonymously on the app right now. So during COVID, we all worked from home, and anybody who says that they never went to the bathroom while they were on a call is lying. Is that possible in VR?
I might have left the call and joined afterwards, but I wasn't in the bathroom during a call.
You mute yourself and then you go. It's a thing. Everybody does it. Everybody says they don't is a liar. Can you do it in VR?
You can. You can. You should maybe mute yourself before. But it's also if you like the augmented reality part where you see your surroundings. The resolution of that part is actually not that great. So it's possible that you can see where you're walking and not falling, but it's not like you keep your headset on and it almost looks real. So the resolution is a lot better when you're in these fully immersed scenarios compared to the cameras that are showing the outside.
Do all of your team members keep like an empty room in their apartment just to make sure that they don't bump into anything? Does everybody just have an extra VR room?
I don't think so. I at least don't. No, it's just on my desk at home, and I'm usually sitting when I use it, or I have a desk that I can move up and maybe stand, but I don't move because then the motion sickness can become an issue.
Did anything else come in?
No.
No.
Yeah.
No? I think we're through.
Well, somebody posted your question.
Right, the question that someone else asked.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. You clearly garnered some interest here. What a fun concept. I'm one of those people that get terribly motion sick. Horrible.
Then it's maybe not the right solution
but
for
I
you.
do like being at the office too.
Me too, but as I said, it's an extension. It's not a replacement for things. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause for this cool concept.
Thank you.
All right, we have a 25-minute break until the next talk, which is nice because we kind of skipped the last break. So fuel up on coffee, caffeine. Some of you, I won't say who, look like you might need a coffee.
And next up is lightning talks.
And then we'll have the lightning talks. If you are one of the lightning speakers, that's not right. Come on over a little earlier so we can check the setups so we don't lose too much time between the talks to plug in and out laptops and whatever. And we're looking forward to the lightning talks. Thank you so much. Vote, vote, vote.
from this place. Please save me from this space in my head. Poison creeping through my veins. Every moment I'm not saying your name. Oh, I will call and I will plead. 'Cause love transcends every boundary. Oh, please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my head. Wandering thoughts in my please take me from this place. Please save me from this space. Oh, please take me from this place. Oh, please save me from this space in my Love me so or love me not.
So.
In die Ecke stellen. Das passt. Ach.
inside around with you, what you were hiding. I wish that I was a stranger. You never have to find me out. You're mine. If I was a stranger, if I was a stranger, never asking why it wasn't you. You were not right, you were not for me. I stayed a stranger. You never have to fight it. You never have to fight it.
So what's the best time for you? We could play your games, but I could never see me lose. And I've been checking out your moves. You will slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove, catch your groove. I've been hurt before and saw you inside me. Pulling on my heart, all the strings will fly, see. You can take the cake, I'm just icing. Blow so quick, never fuck with the Pisces. But I learn quick. We could change shape in a tick. With a broken heart and nights apart, I'm wide awake and I'm just still thinking about you. But baby, I've been doing all I can, and baby, I'm not built to fight like on the daily. But you know I just need a little training. And now I'm a little too much. Be a step in this place where I'm lost without a chase. But I can't seem to find any better use of time. Come on now, baby. Yeah, you know I just need a little training. Come get me. So what's the best time for you? Yeah, we can play your games, but I could never see me lose. Yeah, I've been checking out your moves. You a slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove, catch your groove. But what's the use? Why we so dark? I like us better at the start. Just holding hands, forgiveness free, but we don't backtrack gracefully. But baby, I've been doing all I can, and baby, I'm not built to fight like on the daily. But you know I just need a little training. And now I'm a little too much. We get stuck in this place where I'm lost without a chase. But I can't seem to find any better use of time. Come on now, baby. Yeah, you know I just need a little training.
So the room's slowly filling up here. Ready for the lightning talks? Please welcome on stage my fellow co-host, lovely Anke.
So, welcome to the Lightning Talks. I'm very happy that we have 5 talks, although we are missing the 5th speaker right now. But I'm sure he will come into the stage soon. So first up is Leon from Sandstorm, and I just noticed on my card there's written what's new. So I'm quite unsure what you will tell us about, so let's be surprised.
Test. Okay. I'm Leon from Sandstorm. We recently had the problem of needing to communicate something to our editors directly, not through project management or product owners, but directly the people who edit content. And we didn't see any way to do that in Neos. So the question was, how do we transport news for the editor? What changed in the structure of the project, what new properties to put in the inspector, what they shouldn't forget inside of Neos. So we created these 2 packages that work closely together that enable us, or that create a part in the back end where news updates about this specific project can be published by the project management or the developers. For example, here, we have this basic structure, and then we have, let's say, news entries, and you can put screenshots and texts and tell people that they should now put tags on blog posts, because that's the new feature. How do we do that? And what's the idea behind it? We wanted to keep it super simple, so we thought, who would like to communicate to editors simple stuff which is not technical, which might be the development team when they hit release and something new is appearing in the project, and which also might be some people who regularly talk to the customers, like project management, who don't code. So the question is, what's the source of this? Where does it come from? And we ended up with a concept that it should actually be editable in Neos, because that's so easy. That's where you create content and everyone can learn it, or doesn't even need to learn it. So in this case, that's the Sandstorm Live website. We put it in the same website, but it could be in any Neos instance. So it could be in your central instance, distributing content to all your customers' projects. They can be connected through a public URL. And that's it. That's basically the whole concept. Is you can install it. It's already on GitHub. You get node types. You just put that in your content somewhere. It's hidden by default. If I log out, it's just a blank page. You have to have a backend role to see it, because you always will consume it in the backend. So secrets or something internal of the project are not indexed by Google or something. And then you can have a very easy structure of, basically, I think we only provide headlines, text and images. You place them, and it's what you see is what you get. It's not like a blog. There's no history, no links, no multiple pages. It's one page. Whatever you think is too old to be still communicated, you just take that section, delete it, and publish it. And then that's what the people see. So how do they get notified that something is new? Because that's a central mechanism. We want to push this information in the Neos backend. It's quite a simple mechanism. We have a date that we can put, and everyone who has not seen a pop-up after this date will get a new pop-up. This is a very explicit publication mechanism I will show to you, because it's very simple via cookie. I just reload the page, and even I myself see it, and everyone else sees it once, and then this is stored in a cookie when they saw it last. So you can directly go to this section and get the news. And we did it this way because we didn't want to have too many notifications for typos or irrelevant changes, which you want to keep your content updated, but it's not always like worthy of distribution, let's say, or push notification. So that's the whole concept. We already created it in the Flowpack namespace because we want to integrate another part of that, or want to propose it for integration in the NEOS core, or at least a second part in the NEOS core, because we're thinking about more things on this dashboard, more news channels, let's say. One which could be from the NEOS and Flow project, like communicating why it would be sexy to update, for example, to NEOS 9, because this creates projects and turnover. This people will book at your companies because they think, wow, this new feature in the next update, I want that. How can I get it? So some kind of marketing channel, let's say. And another one could be like a more visual changelog of what changed since your last NEOS version. So you get all the new UI benefits. If you don't know about drag and drop and I don't know what came between NEOS 5 and NEOS 9, new stuff, the vision is to have more news channels here and discuss this with the community. If it makes sense, what makes sense, what would be too much, how to not annoy people. That's the whole thing. Yeah, that's it.
So thank you, Leon. I remember we talked about this notification about news from NEOS at some sprint at one point, so maybe that's something we want to integrate. So next up will be Stefan Bruggemann, and he will tell us about the AI Toolbox, which was nominated for one award yesterday. And keep in mind, you can also submit questions in the Yap for the lightning talk. I will check if there are any, and I think we may have time for 1 or 2 questions afterwards. So if you have any, please submit them. So it's your stage.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome. Good morning. Well, content creation usually is fun, especially with NEOS. But what you often see is that SEO descriptions and image alt descriptions are forgotten or just ignored. And this is just because it's a lot of work to create this type of content. And the AI toolkit was built to lower this barrier as low as possible. And from agency perspective, we just install the package, we add a mix-in, and of course, an API token. And now the editors are able to just create with one click the content they need, or at least a good starting point, to be honest. And for specific node types, you are able to optimize the prompt. So if you have a specific document node type, in our case, for example, the case node type, it does not make sense that there's a description generated which is promoting the product itself. So we want a description which is promoting us, because we created this case. So this is super easy to just optimize your prompt, which is used to generate the content. And what else? The same concept is applicable to every inspector input field and text RIA. For example, just a summary of a blog post or content for teaser elements. So you don't have to write all of that by your own. And we also made it very extensible. We have built interfaces for model handlers and model connectors. So we can integrate basically what you want to. We attached, for example, here on the right, this is our custom tool, which is an advanced brand voice readability analysis and SEO suggestion tool. So basically, a lot. This is built with Flowise in the backend, so it's an agent running somewhere else with different and combined models behind there. You're able to just attach what you want. It could even work with your local models. And yeah, there's one small more thing. Last week we also added in-place translation feature. So it can just click into your in-place editing field and click one button and it's translated to the language you're in the backend. And that's pretty nice. Again, you can optimize this prompt to match your brand voice if you have the knowledge to. And if you don't have the knowledge to do that, just use it as a starting point to make your optimizations. Yeah, that's it. Give it a try. Suggest a feature. Please suggest a feature. Try it out. Or even better, create a pull request with optimizations. And yeah, try to. I hope to get to a point where this package is the go-to application to just have a small, easy package to make our clients able to build faster, better content. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Has anyone already tried the package? Just a quick. So, yes. Oh, in the first row, there is one. But I don't know what I should do about the shaking point. Are you unsure of if you tried it out? Or? Okay. I have a question that's not for you, unfortunately. Some obvious question for Leon. What's your package called?
Yeah. Should I quickly say that?
Yes.
Jump back. Seems like I was too lightning. I forgot about that part, the promotion. So it's called Neos What's New Dashboard. And the package you have to install for your editors, it's Neos What's New Editor in my project, because we want to have more new streams. It's still a little rough under the hood. We just publish it for the NeosCon, so you can try it out. The cross-site thing is still missing, and we're working on it. So you can have it in huge projects with multiple Neos instances. Please try it out, submit pull requests, and come discuss what you think might be good to announce, to publish to people. Thanks.
On? There. So a quick question for Stefan. Is the AI toolkit compatible to Neos 9? Yes. Okay, it's a yes. So you can try it out in all projects or brand new Neos 9 projects. And feedback is always appreciated. So next one is Nicholas. He was here on stage for the lightning talks during last year. So it's second time he's here, and maybe next time we have a full-length talk from him. After 2 lightning talks, let's go to the big stage. And he will tell us about the rise of the machines.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I apologize for every hiccups and screw-ups in advance. Social event yesterday was fun and long. And I prepared the slides this morning, but the advantages of preparing the slides on the day you're going to hold them is that you can take in all of the inspiration I gathered yesterday. And that's mainly 2. Comics are cool. Presenting the story in an easy, relatable way makes fun for everybody. And my lack of creativity is solved by AI. So Welcome to my talk, The Rise of the Machines, but our clicks have a heart. I want to go on a journey with you. In the good olden days, there were only users. The web was made for users. The content was written by users, but it had a problem. We didn't find the content, so we had cool new friends, spiders, which came and said, hey, you're looking for this. Hey, I already found that. Go and look here. But then, oh my God, evil bots came too, and they did all sorts of things. They scraped your web content, and they tried to submit forms and all that bad stuff. And if we go and look where we are now, it's getting even worse. So those are the numbers projected from the 2023 Bad Bot Report. And what we also see, what is getting worse again, is the ability of AI to create text and images. But what we see here is that most of the internet traffic ain't human anymore, or hardly. And why does this matter for us as a publisher? We make the promise to our customers that we report only valid clicks for them, and that we do extensive bot protection and human validation. But how do we do that? And so that's our main interest, why we have this whole setup going in the background. But every once in a while, a bot actually managed to get by through our detections and hits a form. And in some forms, the handler is simply sending an email to one of our employees, and usually that's a one-time hit, and we just tell the employee on the service desk, yeah, sorry, we can't hit everything, just leave it. But this time it was special. First of all, there were extremely many requests hit by the form which didn't get detected, and it happened on a weekly basis to the same time. So we looked into it, what that particular bot was doing, and we found out that it actually adapted to all of our countermeasures in a semi-manual way. So, for example, what do we have in place? Oh, yeah. Let's skip that in. Why don't we use captures? We A/B test them regularly, and we see that they're increasingly circumvented by bots. They're always a pain with corporate governance. Barrierefreiheitsstärkungsgesetz is also an issue in the future, but the main reason is if we put a capture on somewhere, we usually see a 20 to 40 conversion rate drop, and that's simply not acceptable for a business case. So what do we normally use? We use a mixture of client and server-side technologies to spot them. And usually, the list is long, but usually it's enough to set a time threshold and to use one honeypot field. That basically, for most of our sites, solves the problem, but not in this particular case. So we ramped up and implemented some cool new features, especially here the crypto puzzle. Who of you knows how to detect bots with crypto puzzle? Okay. A couple of hands. Basically, what we do is we generate a one-time token, ask the client to append a string and calculate a hash over that so that the hash meets a certain validation. For example, 4 leading zeros or so. And via that, we can control how hard it is and how long and how much effort somebody needs to put into that. For comparison, if you usually say you want 3 leading zeros or so, it takes for modern PC like mostly 1 second or so. So what did we implement except for that? Also backend rate limiting, blacklists, all that stuff. And then we said, okay, how can we deploy that in an easy manner for all of our forms, and how do other projects can also profit from that? So we turned it in a package. Basically, it does 2 things. It has all of the, not all of them, but most of the techniques implemented to detect the bots, and then it has different ways of preventing bot access or messing with the bot a little bit, let's put it like that. And it's super easy to use. If you want to protect a form, you simply use a snippet of Fusion code. And if you want to prevent the bot access from calling your controller, you simply can add this AOP statement and you're fine. Now the question is, did it work? Here are the results. Yes, it worked wonderful. It stopped over 20,000 requests on the first day. Little mark for me, if you do something like that as a team lead who isn't always in production, remember to ignore those cases because your dev team is going to go wild if they see 20,000 errors popping up. So that's just as a hint. And yeah. And of course, the user who initially brought the problem to us also was happy because he was spared from the attack. The interesting thing, however, is we did further analysis in the traffic to see where it came from and what it did with our servers, and it actually tried attacks of all sorts. So it was not simply a web scraper or something, it was an attack bot. And then by tracing the IP address, we found out that the customer of the one who opened the issue for us actually hired a pen testing firm to do pen testings against our site without our notice. And that's where the semi-manual approach came from, and that's why our usual bot protections didn't stand, but I would still say now we are the winner and we're better prepared for the future. If you want the package, we're gonna publish it here. Again, I wanted to have it finished by now, but social event. And peer errors and feedback are always welcome. And if there are questions, just come to me and everything's fine.
So thank you, Niklas. Let's check for questions. You can probably post the package as soon as you have it released in the Neo Slack. So everyone who couldn't catch the QR code has a chance to grab the package. So next up is Lukas. And if you were curious after the Zebra talk last year and tried the demo, you would probably have stumbled upon DevBox. And that's what Lukas will tell us about today. So.
All right. Hi, yeah, I'm Lukas, working at Network Team, and I'm going to tell you about our development setup. We're using DevBox instead of DDEV for other containerized setups. DevBox is local development setup for Mac and Linux, but it doesn't use containers, and you can actually use specific versions of your binaries and dependencies for each project. So if you have other NPM versions or PHP versions, you can install them for every project. You can also start services like databases or web servers like Apache and Nginx and so on, which is comparable to Docker Compose. You have a process compose file for that. You don't actually need any system tools. You don't need npm installed through Homebrew or anything else. You only need DevBox, then you have a portable development setup that should run on every system from every developer. It's reproducible because it's using Nix under the hood. I don't know, maybe somebody already heard about Nix. But you don't actually interact with Nix because DevBox does everything. You only interact with the DevBox interface. For those who don't know, Nix is a lot. It's a package manager, it's a build system, it's a functional language. yeah, maybe you already have seen somebody who built their own Linux with only the packages they need, and it can do a lot. Yeah, DevBox is, as I said, using the Nix packages collection. If you find a lot of binaries there, if you don't find them, you can also create your own, which are flakes, and at the end there are some links to our repositories, where we have, for example, a flake for Postgres. So Postgres is available from Nix packages, but you want some health checks and like for the ease of use to automatically start your process and so on. We have a flake for that. So let's get started. I'm assuming you have DevBox installed and want to create a new project. What you're going to do is you type DevBox init, and you have it basically creates a new DevBox JSON file. Then you have the option to use denv. Denv is a dependency optional to load the path or the binaries into your path of that directory. You could also just type devbox shell, and then you have a shell where the path is already set. I'm assuming you want to run PHP 8.3 or some PHP, so I'm searching for it to know which versions are available. In this case, I'm getting a truncated view. You could also use show all, then there are a lot more versions and packages available. So I just want to use the latest PHP 8.3 version, so I'm adding it to my DevBox JSON. And I now want to start the service, so I'm typing DevBox services up, which will start the process compose process. Yeah, so we'll take a look at the code. So first of all, I'm in my terminal, so I'm going to pull the demo project, which I already have. So I'm cloning my demo project. You can access that too, and it's probably hard to read, but the red part is denv loading all the binaries into your path. You also get a big print, which now your current path is. There's a pull request. Okay, so Christopher just told me there's an open pull request to hide this information, so you don't get bombarded with a lot of information every time you switch the directory. So I'm now in the Neos project. You can already see there's a process compose file, a devbox JSON, a devbox log, and yeah. We will have a look at them. So let's start with the devbox JSON. You have the JSON schema, you have your packages. Obviously, I now added a lot more to run Neos. You have a list of shell commands you want to run, or scripts basically. There's an init hook that runs every time the shell gets started. Some commands we are using to automatically start and migrate Neos, do the database migrations, create a new user, and so on. So you only really have to run one command to get started after pulling the Neos project. Obviously, other projects too. You can run any shell command here. I'm using, for example, flow and MySQL. You can also set environment variables. You can also load them from the .env file, as I'm doing in the init hook. Then there is the other part, process compose. So the process compose file is like the Docker compose file to describe your processes. This file, in this case, we are starting with Composer installed. So every time I start the project, Composer installs the current dependencies. Then you can see there's a dependency in the app init process, which runs the devbox init shell scripts, which is, so I don't have to find them here. And then there's another dependency for the app server. I'm running MySQL and Nginx, so you could also run the Flow server. And to see it in action, you can type devbox services up. You get a nice little interface. The Composer process now is running. It's installing everything. And you can see the app init and app server processes are pending. They're waiting for the Composer install. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. That's now done. The app init process is now creating my database. The database user is importing the demo side package. This could also automatically download from your Kubernetes cluster a database export and import it, whatever you want to do. And now the app server process is running, so let's check out the browser. Just reloading that. Page is running. And I'm with basically one command, devbox services up. My page is working. So that's it. Everything you need to know about it. If you have questions, you can come to me, to Christopher. There are also some links. There's the devbox page. We have a journal with a lot more details, also about the Zebra setup, with the Go setup, and so on, with a lot more details. The link to the NEOS 9 demo I just showed, and the link to the repository with our flakes. I think there's Elasticsearch and Postgres currently to have it and nicer work with them. That's it. Thank you for listening, and
thank you, Lukas, for showing us. And we have one last talk that was actually pitched to me yesterday on the dance floor. And obviously, I have no recollection what the title of this talk will be about, so I'm as surprised as you what we will hear now from Mark Henry. And are you ready?
Yes. I thought I was.
Please welcome on stage Mark Henry.
From the other thing I did today, earlier, what was it? Vortrag. So, I want to present to you something I've been also working on, and it's like a hobby project. We call it the Component Engine. We, as the Package Factory, it's the name Martin, Bernhard, Wilhelm, and us have developed this. It is an early beta or alpha, I don't know. Our idea is to solve a problem we have in the NEOS community, or at least we think it is there, and that is that components, we do have a strong separation of integration and presentation already, but there are so many ways to structure your presentation, and there's still sometimes infusion, sometimes a node leaking through, an EL helper that is still or a flow query, and many things. There is no language barrier that prevents types from flowing from A to Z, and also we have no type checking in Fusion. Last but not least, we think it might be a good opportunity to allow also declaring components in a more functional, pure way to be able to use them everywhere. Let me show that to you. Right here, I disabled my mouse and keyboard. We have, for example, a simple demo. I just render out this button, and the button is just a component we declared in a, let's say, inspired by JSX, but also just basic HTML and Fusion and props kind of syntax. We call it the component language. And right here, at first, we declare all props, and then we just render it out. The idea is it should really be a simple language. There will be not too much complexity inside. Most of the complexity will be drawn out to the integration, so you can simply compose objects. Not only primitive types like string or number or boolean are allowed, but also more complex types. For example, right here, I will showing you a text with button, where we will use this button as a prop for the text with button and add a text. This is pretty straightforward. We import the button as one thing and use it as rendering in the div. For that to work, we can just, I will just show this here. And then the live demo should update the text. We'll comment out that part. And then we have our final rendering. Further, there is type checking. So if I were to add to text, which we declared a string, a boolean, or just an integer, we will get already notified that this is not possible on the component language side. So if we instantiated components within components, this is already assured to work. For the integration in other languages, when we want to use PHP Fusion or whatever to instantiate it, there we have to show this from the outside, but that is no problem also. One more language thing is that we also have just simple content, like in Fusion. For example, I've built this component where we have the already known content from AFX, where we just insert all the children, and this also works quite nicely. This is all fun and games in a simple demo like this, but I want to show you a step further how this can be used for Fusion right now, as a drop-in replacement. And for that, I have this nice demo. And do you notice anything? Well, it looks exactly the same. The thing is, we still use Fusion here for the integration, but all the presentational components, I put them straight from Fusion to the component language syntax. So to view a simple thing like a headline, I can just open that up. It is declared right here. We have not a too big component. We declare some props, render it out. It is exactly the same as the old Fusion did. And then we get from the component engine, actually, that is the primary goal, a PHP class from it. It declares all the props, and it just renders this out as a simple HTML string. There is literally no overhead to be done. In Fusion, we can also use this headline, as I did, and this is just like a forwarding to the PHP class. And right now, I'm using this as a simple layer, so I don't have to already use other integration mechanisms. You probably only know Fusion because you're used to that, but we will experiment with allowing to use PHP here. Right now, for that, a lot of work has to be done. That's why we are still working on this. But you can already use this presentation headline, for example, in a REST, just a controller, and compose your strata structure if you have an endpoint and want to render still your presentation component. The idea is to be really universal. And to take that one step further, we want to allow at some point, and there was the idea in mind, to not only transpile this to PHP and Fusion, but to also allow some kind of isomorphic rendering to be able to transpile this directly to to react basically back. That is the whole idea. And yeah. Any questions? I missed two parts. We also have first level support for enums, which is cool, and for structs.
Thank you, Mark Henry. And I found a special gift for you in this speaker gift, and I think it's quite fitting for your demo. So that were the lightning talks of this year. And I think we have a lunch break coming up, Stefan.
Yes.
We do have a lunch break, and Mark Henry, not only did we steal time from you, we also forgot your speaker's present. You need the honey for the travel back home. And all the best. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Whoop. Thank you, Anke. And yeah, lunch break is coming up. I already saw it's time for some vegetarian kebab down there. Enjoy it. We'll be back on stage 1 with, well, let me see what we have on this stage. Semantic HTML, and on the main stage we have resurrecting the dead for everyone that didn't survive the social event properly. Meet you then, enjoy your lunch break.
It's gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution. Call it whatever you need. Make a resolution. Battle till you bleed. Prophets and the preachers warned you, but you waited too long, and now your chance is gone. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all go down in flames. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Ooh, let it all burn. Ooh, let it burn. Let it all burn down. Gonna tear it all 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 you're tired and worn, and you feel like you can't go on, I'll be there to put one foot in front of the other. When you've lost your way, Point at the map and we'll get there somehow. The sky ain't falling, let's get out of this town. Our time is vital and we're making it count. Doing what we can to show 'em who we are now. Okay, 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 yeah, yeah. Let's show 'em what we're made of. Let's show 'em who we are. Okay, 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 yeah, yeah. Don't aim for the clouds, we gotta shoot for the stars. We got tonight, yeah, yeah. We got tonight, we got
run away. Turn the page. We'll live in endless summer. Elevate. Wide awake. We'll live in endless summer.
Right away, turn the page. We'll live in endless summer. Elevate, wide awake. We'll live in endless summer. We'll live in endless summer. We'll live in endless summer.
Story shaking tight, it's been a day. Blood's been flowing strong since yesterday. Somewhere beneath these crippled thoughts, wondering how my pain has caused. Your pain didn't mean to share, and I've just been looking into that deep hole and stern. I'm here, don't take it away. I care, just tell me to stay.
roll it up.
So what's the best time for you? We could play your games, but I could never see me lose. And I've been checking out your moves. You will slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove. I've been hurt before and saw you inside me. Pulling on my heart, all the strings will fly, see. You can take the cake and just icing. Blow so quick, never fuck with the Pisces. But I learn quick. We could change shape in a take. With a broken heart and nights apart, I'm wide awake and I'm just still thinking about you. But baby, I've been doing all I can, and baby, I'm not built to fight like on the daily. But you know I just need a little training, and now I'm a little too much. We get stuck in this place where I'm lost without a chase, but I can't seem to find any better use of time. Come on now, baby, yeah, you know I just need a little training. Come get me. So what's the best time for you? Yeah, we can play your games, but I could never see me lose. Yeah, I've been checking out your moves. You were slip and slide, but I can always catch your groove. But what's the use? Why we so dark? I liked us better at the start. Just holding hands, forgiveness free, but we don't backtrack gracefully. But baby, I've been doing all I can, and baby, I'm not built to fight like on the daily. But you know I just need a little training, and now I'm a little too much. We get stuck in this place where I'm lost without a chase, but I can't seem to find any better use of time. Come on now, baby, yeah, you know I just need a little training.
I punch in my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and no play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all.
spin me around with of his voice, of his voice. These thoughts will not stop. Please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my head.
run away. Turn the page. We'll live in endless summer. Elevate. Wide awake. We'll live in endless summer.
If I was just a stranger, another unfamiliar face to you. If I had only remained nameless, I wouldn't have to see it like this. If I was just like a stranger, never have to find. We were right like this. If I am being honest, I broke all that I promised, and I held you just to feel for a moment for something new. If I was just like a stranger, never let inside around reveal what you were hiding. I wish that as a stranger, you never have to find me out your mind. If I was a stranger, if I was a stranger, if I was just like a stranger, never asking why it wasn't you were not right, you were not I stayed a stranger, you never have to fight it, you never have to fight
How's lunch? How's lunch? All right, we are back for the second to last talk on this stage. The second to last time that we get to introduce you to someone. And before we get started, I would like to ask you, on a scale from 1 to 10, just shout out, how proficient do you feel in HTML? Someone, say something.
4.3.
That's precise.
2. Are you a developer? Ah, okay, that's the problem. All right, perfect.
You're my target audience.
Aha. That's exactly where I was going with this, because I am hoping that everybody that said or even thought, most of you thought, I think, said or thought anything above maybe an 8, maybe we can shake your confidence with this talk a little bit. Maybe we can make you reconsider your skills. And everybody that rates themselves something below a 5 will walk out of this talk knowing more. And I think that's the best kind of talk. And so let's talk about semantic HTML. We are so happy to introduce a returning speaker.
Kind of.
A kind of returning speaker. Yeah, Katrin is going to tell us about semantic HTML and all of the things of accessibility and performance, maybe things that are affected. Let's get off the stage and leave it to you. Thank you so much. Round of applause.
Enjoy.
So, hello everyone. Right direction. This is me at my happy place when I'm not working as a front-end developer and auditor at Mindscreen. And I also have a background in literature and linguistics. So today you will realize what that means for you, because we will talk about semantic HTML. And as always, we start with a little example. Consider this a screenshot. It says in large bold letters, "Welcome to my website," followed by small text. Again, followed by large and bold text. And more small text, which is a little longer. Now, what could be HTML for this website content? A div with class font bold, font XL, followed by a div font regular, font small, followed by another div with font bold, font large, and so on. So, question, who expected a little bit different HTML here? Raise your hands. Very good, because this is technically valid HTML, but not semantically valid HTML, marking up our content with headings and paragraphs, and more, of course, will make it semantically appropriate. Now, in the context of a website and documents in general, think of Word documents or PDFs, short bits of text that are large and bold usually tell us this is a heading. They are a title, a kind of summary to what is following afterwards in small letters. Now, this is semantics in action, and now let's get to the theory, because you know I have this background in linguistics. What's the definition of semantics? A good start is usually a dictionary. The Oxford Learner's Dictionary tells us semantics, that's the meaning of words, phrases, or systems. All right, the meaning, but what's the meaning of meaning? The meaning is the thing or idea that a sound, word, or sign represents. So a word like table represents the thing with a platform and legs that connect to the ground floor. And when we look at our headings that we had before, we will see that a heading is a concept, in this case an abstract concept. It does not have a physical reference like this table or the wall. And when we write it, because it's HTML, we use the signs smaller than, the letter H, number 1, and larger than. That way, we express the representation. H1 in HTML means heading. Now, how do we recognize this? This is convention. In our case, in the form of the web, we have the HTML specification that gives us this convention. And we need to be in the context of a code file of a web page, so we can mutually understand that H1 written in HTML means it's a heading, in this case, first level heading. And my actual heading, "Welcome to my website," is a reference, an occurrence of this concept of a heading. Who or what uses our semantic HTML? First of all, the browsers. They load the HTML first, and if no additional CSS is given, they apply basic styles. Next, we have two groups of visitors. The first are people who use assistive technology. Think of screen readers, braille keyboards. They typically don't see well the visual parts of a website, they interact with the HTML. Same goes for search engine bots. And they don't just stop at the title and the meta description that is in the head of the HTML. They also look at the rest of the page to see what's going on. And for both of these groups, headings serve like a guidance, like a table of contents. And our first div-only markup doesn't have much. It's all text of the same kind. Whereas the second markup, with headings and paragraphs with different levels, they give us meaningful structure about the page. What constitutes meaning in HTML? Now, it's not the HTML elements first. They come second. First comes the content, how we present our information. This is an example from the MDN web docs. We'll talk about them later. And they have learning modules. And each module starts with a list, this you can see on the left side. They start with a list of learning outcomes. Now, for this purpose, I've rephrased them on the right side, the same content, as a paragraph. And depending on how you present the information on a web page, you choose the HTML elements. If it's a list, UL or OL, in this case an unordered list, UL, or in the case of a paragraph, it's a P tag. And you add additional HTML elements, of course. The next level of semantics comes with HTML attributes. Think of the alt attribute. Oopsie, sorry. The alt attribute of image tags that hold the text alternative for the image. The lang attribute that define the language of a whole page or a certain part of the page. Think of input elements. They have the required attribute to say, yes, you really need to fill this out. Then we have ARIA attributes. They add meaning specifically for assistive technology, such as screen readers, and come in two flavors. One are the ARIA dash attributes, such as ARIA label, ARIA expanded, ARIA hidden, and a lot more. And the other flavor are role attributes that add roles to your element according to the specification. You cannot come up with your own ARIA attributes or role attributes. And last but not least, something you usually don't see rendered on a page in a browser is microdata attributes that add, following the schema vocabulary, structured data. I think the main use case is on search result pages, where companies like Google go ahead and take your microdata attribute and display your events, your job postings, your products directly within Google or Microsoft and Bing, etc. So to round this up, the content has a meaning, and your HTML, secondly, must adequately represent that meaning. Now, even if we know all the HTML or think to know it, there are still things that can fail. How we write the code, for example, if we're in a hurry, how we understand the tutorials, how we communicate with clients, with team members, with other project partners. There are pitfalls, dangers that are hidden and not so easily recognized. And I want to present you with some of these pitfalls, so hopefully you can more easily spot them. Number one, ignoring the separation of concerns. Example one, breaking the meaning of HTML. Imagine a forum. Someone asks, hey, I have the CSS problem, what can I do? And someone answers, use this trick with HTML. Nope. That must ring alarm bells. Remember our groups of site visitors who mainly interact with the HTML of our page, the people with assistive technologies and search engine bots? An HTML trick will likely change the meaning of something or even everything on your page. So here's the actual example. I've removed the names because they didn't play a role here. The question was, is there an equivalent for reverse, flex row reverse for display grid? And someone added, just add direction right to left to the tag. Luckily, someone already answered, this is not a good solution at all. Never change the reading direction of something in CSS or directly in HTML unless the actual language you are using will be read from right to left. Because assistive browsers and assistive technology will react to this tag. The separation of concerns between HTML for the structure and meaning, CSS for the layout and styles, and JavaScript for the interactivity is still valid. The HTML specification also puts it, authors must not use elements, attributes, or attribute values for purposes other than their appropriate intended semantic purpose, as doing so prevents software from correctly processing the page. Now you will often read, and it's also a recommendation that is often given, that it's always possible to change the look and feel of a given tag using CSS. So when using HTML, take the time to focus on the meaning rather than the appearance. But another tiny pitfall, there's an exception to every rule, in this case, tables. Tables when applying a different display property. Imagine a table and you have applied display flex. That will break the semantic meaning of a table. Using CSS display properties to change a table layout has a tendency to remove the underlying semantics and thereby make it impossible for people with assistive technology to properly navigate through the table. They have to go through each and every cell or skip the content entirely, and then it's lost. Lost for them. They will not get informed about it. Another example, ignoring the separation of concerns, is applying interactivity where it is not appropriate. I've chosen an example that is pretty common in the world, cards, the card component, often used for a list of articles. This is taken from inclusive design cards, the card component. And one feature about cards is that usually the whole area is clickable with a mouse. So wherever you click on the image, on the heading, on the text, you can click that link. Now here's the structure at the top, the visual structure. At the top you have the image, then again in large and bold, the heading, followed by the description or teaser text or card text or whatever you might want to call it, and often there is an optional read more link. Now, a common though false implementation is that the link element, the A tag, is placed around all of the content. That's a quick win for the interactivity. With just one tag, you made the whole card clickable, but you've destroyed the semantics. Now the link text that is read to people with assistive technology is the heading, the description, if you have an image alternative text that's read, and the optional read more text. Now here we have a better implementation. The link is placed on the content part that really serves as a meaningful label, the heading. Also note how the heading and the link are combined, structured. First you have the block level heading, and inside the inline level link element. And yes, I'm showing this for a reason, because I've seen it implemented otherwise. Now to achieve the effect of clicking the whole area of the card and be linked to the other page, you use a JavaScript or CSS solution, because that's the separation of concerns you apply here. I also want to note how the image has moved down after the heading and the text part, even though visually it's placed on top of the heading or above the heading. Now, headings mark the beginning of a section, and screen reader users or users with assistive technology can jump to headings directly. They mark the beginning, and so they continue from there on. If your image has meaningful content, if, for example, a product image where you describe the product, people with assistive technology will miss that image if in the DOM it's before. And from an accessibility perspective, that's considered okay for two conditions, or with two conditions. One, the image is not interactive. You cannot focus it. And two, the image in the end is visually placed close to the actual content. So let's summarize. The link element goes on the meaningful label, only there. The clickable area we achieve with JavaScript or CSS. The image is placed in the DOM after the heading and visually positioned before using CSS. And as a little bonus, if you have a group of cards, a list of article teasers, for example, you use a list element. In this case, an unordered list. Pitfall number 2, we all know it, naming is hard. Even more so when different groups of people come together. Example 1, naming elements. Imagine an email by a client. Hello, we want to make a change in the header. Please rearrange the layout of the image and the product name. Also, on some pages, we want to use a video instead of an image. And it dawns on you, the client is not talking about this upper bar on a website that has the main navigation, often a search, and is the same on all pages. No, they are talking about the part below, typical on home pages and landing pages, and a part that has many names. That is an example from Bootstrap, and Bootstrap calls it the hero, or heroes. And right, they set the stage on your homepage that feature a clear call to action. Now in our company, we call it the stage. And you can also see it very often that it's called the banner. Now the actual header, the top part, that is the same on every page, is the name amongst developers and also amongst accessibility professionals. But people from the accessibility world also know it to be an element with role banner. And no, unfortunately, I cannot bring a fun fact of why it's called that way. That would be really cool, but no. But remember the word banner, because UI designers, and you can find that in many design systems, also use the word banner for components that is rather a prompt with a message, and requires a user action quite often. Think of a cookie banner or the feedback after user action. So we have many names for when the client says header, they might mean the stage or the hero element. The designers say header, where accessibility professionals also know it to be the element with role banner. The designers, UI designers, use the word banner for things that are alerts or notifications, and the whole situation is a bit unfortunate. I like to compare it to learning another language. There are maybe odd expressions. There will be false friends. And on a conscious or subconscious level, this can lead to confusions. There will be mental barriers, a mental load, and it will lead to misunderstandings. Now the question is, can we do anything about it? In part, yes. In part, not. Remember our concept of how, or chart of how the concept of a heading is represented by written HTML, has occurrences, and how all this works with convention, definitions, so to speak, and within a certain context. Now, unfortunately, I have to admit that the part about the meaning or concept of a word is not that easy. There's not just the conventional definition that we all can look up in a dictionary. No, every meaning for every person, for every individual, also has a cultural connotation and personal associations. Think of memories or experiences that a person made. That influences the meaning of a word for every person. And it's something we cannot change. That's the unfortunate part, but we can change how we communicate. If we are more aware of our connotations and personal associations, we can better communicate to other people, and we can be more aware of other people having a different understanding. Off to my next example. Label and name, words often used. You might be especially confused, or it can come up as a mental confusion when you read the report of an accessibility audit. And now with the European Accessibility Act coming up, that might happen more often. So, label and name in HTML in the specification are very specific. Label is an element, name is an attribute within form elements. That's it. Label and name in accessibility, it's a bit more fluffy. That's my favorite word of the day. So on the label side, we have the attribute aria label or aria labeled by, and we find phrases such as labeling an element. On the name side, we have name in a very fixed term, the accessible name. So this is a fixed term, we will start with that one. It has a definition in the ARIA specification, and it says, the accessible name is the name of a user interface element. Again, a bit unfortunate in the explanation because the name is a name, for me is not really helpful. And I think the reason is because it's used in a very basic meaning. I'm sorry, it's really hard to say it in a different way. Like the name of a person. Every one of us has a name, but always better is an example. Consider these two buttons. They both have the visible text menu, but their names are different. Here we can see the properties. By the way, that's a screenshot of the developer tools, and there the accessibility panel. That's a bit different where to find them, but all of the major browsers have that. And here we can read the accessible name. On the left-hand side, the name is menu. On the right-hand side, the name is open menu. So they have different names. Both are a button. How does that happen? This is the HTML for both of these buttons. On the left-hand side, very straightforward element button or tag button and the text node menu. On the right-hand side, we've added the ARIA label attribute that holds the text open menu, and that overrides the accessible name of the actual text node menu. And that's how these two buttons have actually different accessible names. Now let's get to the left-hand side here, the ARIA label and phrases such as labeling element. The ARIA label has a definition as a state and property, and it says, it defines a string value that labels the current element. So here we are again, labeling the element. Unfortunately, this will stay fuzzy because there is no explanation or description in the specification what labeling an element actually means. And I've already said it, dictionaries are a good first start when you want to know about something. And I found a quite good and concise description in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. A label is a descriptive or identifying word or phrase. And especially identifying word, an identifying word is helpful here. So when you label an element, you are identifying it. You open the menu. As a roundup, different groups of people use different words to maybe mean the same thing, or use the same word but maybe mean different things due to not just the conventional definitions, but also their cultural connotations and personal associations. Pitfall number 3, misinterpreting the resources or misjudging them. We all constantly look up things on the internet. For every result, we need to assess if it's a valuable resource. Does it help? Can it be trusted? A Stack Overflow answer from 2012 might have been accurate back then, but is it still today? Because HTML is in constant development. Here's an anecdote example from about a month ago. Alvaro Montoro wrote, "Today, I coded an HTML tag search with the attribute role search. The search role is intrinsic in the HTML tag, but I added it to provide semantics for older browsers as the search tag, the HTML tag, is still relatively new. Now, the linter complained that role search was not really needed, technically correct, and suggested removing it. Then Copilot complained that the HTML search is not a standard HTML tag and suggested using div role search instead. And some people still wonder why semantic HTML is not more widespread. So we as developers have to decide now what to do. Which technology is correct, the linter or Copilot? Or are they both wrong? Now, the initial solution, search, HTML tag search with an attribute role search, is indeed the correct solution here. The role search and the HTML tag have the same semantic. Nothing is changed or overridden. Also, nothing is added here. And so it's totally fine and indeed often recommended for exactly this, browser compatibility reasons and also screen reader access compatibility reason. But what can you do if you find this kind of contradicting information? So some general advice, check the resource. Where did you find this information? Is it like a trusted, known, or recommended information within the community? And I'll quickly come to the part where I can give you some tips where to look up and check the information that you find. Another thing that is sometimes not so easy is check the date. In a forum post, you have a date. Often on articles, you might not find one, because old is not bad, but maybe it's outdated. And so double check whatever you find, and don't just use the first thing that you find and that works. Also, since we mentioned Copilot, I want to make a note on large language models and generative AI, because my recommendation, even though they are getting better and better, is to be especially careful with these answers by Copilot, ChatGPT, and co. If you're lucky and it cites a resource, go and check that resource. Summaries are often wrong or maybe misleading, not quite to the point. And generative AI is a token prediction machine that works on probabilities. What appears often in the training material is more likely to be presented in the results. But often used does not mean it's a good solution, or not necessarily. And yes, there is refinement and training of AI models, and it's constantly getting better, but it still has all the old code. There is not much transparency about the training process. So we don't know how well the results are actually curated, which leaves us, we still have to know what we're doing. And with that, we come to resources for writing better HTML. I've collected, well, personal recommendations, general trusted and recommended resources from the front-end and accessibility community. And before I start, I will publish the slides afterwards, and they all have links. So you can check out the slides, and from there on, go to all of the resources. So number one, the MDN web docs. You might still know them as Mozilla Developer Network web docs. They're the number one resource to check up. Why? They contain all of the specifications for HTML, CSS, JavaScript, all of the browser API information, like media, for example, or audio. They have an abundance of examples, things to consider when implementing them, guides and learning materials. So it's really extensive. And one idea as an entry point for HTML, if you check out the HTML reference, that's a list of all the HTML tags there are. Go read through them. What you already know, you skip, and read to the ones that you don't know. And the next project will come where you can apply more semantic HTML. Then I've gathered a few front-end related resources. Number one is web.dev. That's a relatively recent service by Google. Again, with information about HTML, CSS, JavaScript, an extra part on accessibility, etc. More built up as like a tutorial that you can work through. The Smashing Magazine for I don't know how many years, a long time, is a big resource on all things web development. And they often have articles with detailed explanations on how to implement common and complex UI components. CSS Tricks does not have that much HTML content, but I want to mention it because, in general, for all the CSS and JavaScript trickeries and solutions they present, they always keep or try to keep accessibility in mind. And they have died, but it's alive again. So CSS Tricks is still a thing to check out. HTML is maybe a not so known resource. That's a collection of bad HTML examples. Think of the card implementation earlier. This you can find there, along with advice on how to do better. And if you prefer the German, more German language, more introductory part, self-HTML is also still alive. Now, reading into accessibility, these can be good starting points for you. Adrian Roselli and Eric Eggert are two trusted individuals in the community, and they have extensive information in their blogs. The newsletter Accessibility Weekly, or in short, Ally Weekly, every week has an abundance of information. Good starting point. And there's also a few companies who have well-maintained company blogs. Among them are Tetralogical, DeQ, and TPGI. And these are names you will find out more often now that you know them. Next, that's not just accessibility professionals, but also front-end professionals, or at first professionals, who are my personal recommendations. It's not an extensive list. I had to choose a few, and these are on the list. Number one, Sarah Swiden writes a lot on her blog and recently published a course, Practical Accessibility, aimed at developers to get better in this field. Leonie Watson is a super trusted and recommended community person, director of Tetralogical, which we have seen before, and also a member in the W3C board of directors, so very involved. Manuel Matusovic on the blog has all things front-end, if you want to learn about HTML, CSS, JavaScript, the hottest and latest. Manuel's blog is great, and he recently published the book Web Accessibility Cookbook. Good resource. Kevin Powell, if you prefer videos, the YouTube channel by Kevin Powell, perfect start to learn. Accessibility requirements. You might find yourself in the situation that you have to build a more complex UI component or a new feature that has to be accessible. Now, how do you know if you really achieved your accessibility requirements? And these are 3 resources that you can go to. The first one, the ARIA Authoring Practices Guide, APG, is by the W3C Accessibility Initiative. The second, BIFID Bund, in German, Barrierefreie Gestaltung von User Interface Elementen. BIFID Bund is a German federal organization. And Magentally is a relatively new service by the company T-Systems, who also do accessibility auditing. And all these resources state the requirements for usage of a component with keyboard, with screen reader, everything you have to keep in mind as an acceptance criteria or definition of done. And I want to mention one thing about the first entry, the ARIA Authoring Practices Guide. That's always a mouthful. They have all the requirements and they also have examples. Unfortunately, these examples often use the ARIA solution, but it's not always the best solution to use in production. They have a disclaimer on each page, but just so you already heard of it, don't just take it at face value. Nonetheless, the requirements are the de facto standard. Now, specifications. When you're mainly a backend developer, looking into the specification is maybe the least likely thing to do for you, but it's what's the basis, like a dictionary or manual for every browser and every technology that consumes HTML. The specifications are the basis. So, yes, you can read into the HTML specification. It's actually readable, and the good thing is it has many clarifying examples. So, in case of doubt, go to the specification. Same goes for ARIA. The first link in version 1.0 is the current specification for using ARIA for more complex UI components. And I've added a few more documents, like notes on how to use ARIA. And since ARIA and HTML intertwine with each other, it's also good to know how ARIA has intrinsic meanings in HTML elements. And that's a lot. So here, hot off the press from Smashing Magazine, I've mentioned it, Eric Bailey has an article, What I Wish Someone Told Me When I Was Getting Into ARIA. And it's extensive. It has everything you have to know. It details pitfalls with all of these resources, but also for what they're good for. So use the right tool or the right resource for the job. And I'm pretty sure this will be a recommendation for the next years because it's really good, a really good resource. Then HTML is in constant development, and browsers and software assistive technology companies need to get up to speed. Can I use, I suppose, is relatively known for all things HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and the browser APIs. The same for screen reader technology or assistive technology is allysupport.io. Unfortunately, you have to use it with caution. It's a community initiative, appears only one person, so it's missing a lot of test cases. They're rather outdated, but it can serve you as a first guidance because it has test cases. But you have to check for yourself, usually in a team. And that brings me to how to use a screen reader. If you haven't used a screen reader yet, go expand on your knowledge and at first search on YouTube. You can search for demos. There's an abundance of videos, people showing how to use a screen reader and how that works, what actually happens if someone uses a screen reader. And next thing, try it out for yourself. You might already have it installed on your computer or telephone. macOS and iOS comes with VoiceOver pre-installed. Android has TalkBack. Microsoft has Narrator. On Linux, there's Orca. NVDA is free and open source, very common. It's only for Windows, and especially when visiting websites, NVDA with Firefox or Edge are combinations to test. And if you have enough money, and I'm only mentioning it for completeness sake, JAWS is the biggest and most powerful screen reader, but it's also very expensive. Eventually, how to get better is to have technology help you. Enhance your workflow by using or extending your linting. Use an accessibility linter that can find really basic errors, accessibility errors, and semantic issues in your code. Imagine you write an image tag, but you forget the alt attribute. The linter will tell you. Your final pages, check them with the plugin Xcore. It's automated testing. You can also integrate it in your CI pipelines. And make it a habit of checking the pages using only a keyboard. So put away your mouse. Maybe also, there's one tip I often read, is like, if I'm a right-hand person, so I put my right hand behind my back and only have the left hand and tab through pages to test things. So these are an abundance of and a variety of resources that you can use in your daily work. Let's get to the summary part. Semantic HTML represents the meaning of your content. The content is the foundation for everything else, how you present your information. Context, convention, as well as connotations and associations play a strong role in how we mutually understand each other, for the good and for the bad. The separation of concerns, keep it in mind. Your content has a specific meaning. Represent that in the HTML layer. HTML has defined semantics. Learn them and use them accordingly. Again, HTML is the first layer. Don't break it. And the last part has nothing and everything to do with everything I just said, but it's a thing that is very important to me. Practice the phrase, I don't know, I will have to look that up. Thank you.
No, thank you. We actually do have a question. Someone asks, I've heard that the accessibility features on Apple products are very good compared to others, but I have to admit that I haven't tried them. Can you confirm that, or are they overhyped?
The accessibility, is the person in the room, are you talking about the screen reader voiceover or? Yeah, voice. So from what I know from the past is people who are blind or with low vision, yes, they, especially at the beginning, used an iPhone very often because it was very good. They could use websites very good on their phone. How the status is now, I think the rest kept up, but I don't know like which is better or which is more favorable in with people with disabilities. So that I can say.
All right. Leon has a recommendation. He says, in Gießen, there's the Blitz, the Blindenzentrum, attached to the University of Applied Sciences, and you can contact them to have blind people review your pages from like real blind users' perspective, giving really good practical feedback that is of a different quality than feedback from accessibility tools.
Very good.
Look at you teaching.
Thank you very much.
Blitz. It's called Blitz, and it's in Gießen. But Leon is somewhere. Yep, he's right behind you. He'll tell you all about it. Do you want mine? Do you want? Okay. And then, no question. I just wanted to tell you that you have a very lovely presentation style and did a great job explaining semantic HTML.
Oh my God! Thank you.
And that's, I think, unless someone asks another question, you guys keep doing that. It's very tricky.
I'm also here until tomorrow. I will also take part in the contribution day. So tonight and tomorrow I will be around. Feel free to approach me.
All right. One big round of applause for Katrin. Thank you so much.
Yes, the neon sign. Perfect.
Did you guys know that you can buy that? Has anyone mentioned that? Or give a talk. And then I keep trying to remind myself that please vote for the talks, rate the talks. And that's it from us for now. It's really dumb to have my watch and the microphone in the same hand. In about 13 minutes, we'll move on with Sebastian Kufest. Up here, I think. Yep. My joke worked. For the longest time, the talk didn't have a title, and it was just empty in the slides. And I figured we will remind him 100 times, and then I wrote something in. So maybe we'll have to figure out a musical setup for the next talk. Yeah, all right, let's grab a coffee, hydrate or dihydrate. Drink some water, kids. It's very warm outside. Thank you.
Didn't mean to share. Now I've just been looking into that deep hold and stern. I'm here, don't take it away. I care, just tell me to stay. And I called your name. Suddenly he couldn't breathe. 'Cause I want you to know my pain, how I feel. Oh, you don't know 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 how I Story shaking tight, it's been a day. Some of these things I'd rather not say. How far can we go before our tired hearts reach their low? And I called your name. Suddenly he couldn't breathe. 'Cause I want you to know my pain, how
Hello, hello, hello. So I might need to explain something. The previous slide said that we would be listening to a talk about the ancient art of belly dance. I would like to formally apologize and explain this hilarious joke of mine. In the host slides until Wednesday, very late in the evening, the title of the talk wasn't final and it just said TBD. And so Marika and I thought it would be funny to put something in, and I came up with the ancient art of belly dance because I guess something in my subconscious wanted to see Sebastian Kurfürst belly dance. And so we put that in and then told each other, Marika and I, that we would remind him that we need to replace it. And he did see it on the host slides downstairs. He didn't see it up here, and that is why we are no longer, unfortunately, going to be shown the ancient art of belly dance. Maybe you felt like the music that was just playing was a little inspired. It was. So I would like to issue a formal apology for this prank. I thought it was hilarious. Actually, I still do.
Me too.
Anyways, all that to be said, I think all of you want to know way more about event-sourced applications than belly dance, unless you don't.
Still time to leave the room?
I mean, maybe you can sway Sebastian. Sebastian, would you like to join us on stage?
Of course. Hi, everybody.
Thank you so much. I feel like this might be one of those talks where the app explodes with questions. Remember to submit them so we can answer them. And we
rate
will.
it afterwards.
And rate it afterwards. Let's say that already because we will definitely forget to say it afterwards. Thank you so much. And we'll leave you to it.
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Actually, that happens if you don't submit your talk title soon enough. So next time, remember. All right, 7 steps to an event-sourced application. Has anybody already written some kind of event-sourced code? A few, okay. Quite some few, nice. Okay, cool. So for everybody else, I would like to start with what do you actually need to do to build an event-sourced application. And what I'm going to do now, I've built a small example where I took the content repository, I ripped out the whole content repository, but kept the infrastructure, so to have a kind of playbook what you need to do if you want to follow this kind of architecture. And first question is, of course, why should you actually would like to do that? So sorry, there's an off by 1 error in my slides, it seems. So that means, why should you actually build something event-sourced? The way I think about problems, I usually think a lot about the way the data is structured. And if I think about that, I tend to think about state-centric problems. So that means we really focus on what is in the database, for instance, right now. And so everything which is a classical CRUD, so create, read, update, delete user interface falls into this kind of category, all this classical database kind of things, management UIs, these kind of stuff. And sometimes you have state change-centric problems. So stuff like workflows or synchronization or integration with other systems, for me, clearly fall into this state change-centric kind of problem. And event sourcing is really good in the right part of that. But there's a problem. There's not a clear distinction between the former and the latter, but it's pretty fluent, this kind of distinction. So there's a lot of gray area in the middle. And there's, unfortunately, another problem, which is that during a long project life cycle, it happens really often that you start with a state-centric approach, and then you discover that actually, over time, the state change becomes more and more and more important, right? So you start with your CRUD user interface, and sometimes your customer tells you, oh, if this happens, I would like to send something to an external system. So, this is where the state change enters the story, so to say. And it's pretty hard to change from the state-centric part to the state change-centric way of doing things if you are already deeply invested into this state-centric approach. So that's the problem between that. So there's a very implementation-wise, there's a very deep chasm between these two sides. All right, so we are going to focus on the state change-centric problems for now. And just for getting an idea about that, in a classical state-centric problem, so the left one, you have a database which contains all your state, and you usually override the information. So that means the current state is in the database, and the problem is actually this part of overwriting or deleting information, because at this point you really lose something which you cannot easily restore, right? So some things are gone when they are overwritten. On the other side, if you focus on the state change with event sourcing, you have a so-called event log, which is a history of everything which has happened in the past, and you only append to this log. So that means it grows and grows and grows, but it contains the full history. So by definition, you can never lose history. You can never lose any information. You know all the history which has ever been done. And if you do it right, there's no way around that. So that means, yeah, it's very well scalable to future problems as well and future expectations to the system. So my goal is now to focus on how can we actually build such a system in a way that these best practices work. And I'm going to show a lot of code, but first we'll start with the basic idea. If we do event sourcing, the usual process looks like this. We start on the right side with the commands. This is the expectations we want from the system. Please update this kind of thing. Please delete a node. Create a new workflow. Change the or trigger a workflow transition from A to B. Then we have a command handler, which is the thing which actually takes this intent of the user. It checks whether the intent can be fulfilled. So this is this check of preconditions. And then it emits some events. And these events are stored in this event store. And the event store is just a fancy word of a big database table you never delete from, simply put. And then you update your read side. So these things are called projections. And by doing that, the event store becomes your source of truth, your single source of information in the system. So that means you can start to denormalize on the read side. You can have multiple read models, and that is one part of the idea how you can make this really flexible. Right, and I would like to focus on the projection side for a bit. So, yeah, what is a projection? Who knows what a function is? Yeah, thank you. Everybody not asleep yet? And that's on the second day of NEOS conference after the social event. Quite a challenge, I know. And who knows what a pure function is? Okay, also quite some people. So, actually, a projection is just a function which gets some old state in and one event, and then it has to return the new state. That's the basic idea, right? So it's basically you start from 0 and you consume the first event, and then you have to put out some new state. Then you consume the second event, have to put out some new state, and so on and so on. So that is the basic, really simple principle. It is just important that this function, projection function, is pure, so that means it needs to be deterministic. It always has to return the same things given the input, and it has to be side effect free. That means you're not allowed to read anything from your external database. You're not allowed to read from configuration. You're not allowed to write an email, to send an email. Actually, writing an email is probably something different. Right. So that means that is what a projection is. It's just a function which consumes events and puts out state on the foundational level. And now we need one more ingredient to make sense out of all that. If you look at some domains, like a workflow domain, so this is the example I've played with. It's a way to build content workflows in the system. There you have some time flowing from left to right, and so somebody creates the workflow 1, then he transitions to a certain state for this workflow. Then in the meantime, somebody else creates workflow 2. Then we create to the state B, we transition to state B for workflow 1, and then we finish workflow 2, for instance. And if you look at this, there's some kind of natural partitioning of this kind of problem domain, right? So that means these two flows are fundamentally independent of each other. The one doesn't influence the other in any way. And if that happens, we can make our projections even a bit more simple, because we don't have to put the full state of the system into this projection function, but only the state for this single partition. So for one of these flows, basically, right? Because they are independent, if they are independent, like in my workflow example. And when we have these kind of partition projections, they sometimes are also bounded in their length. So that means you will have maybe 500 or 1,000 events in this single stream of events, but you usually won't have 1 million events, right? If you do a workflow system, there's just this finite number of steps people will take, even if they take detours or anything like that. They very likely will not have this workflow running forever, you know, going back and forth and so on. And if these event streams are bounded, then things can get a lot easier, because we can get away without persisting this new state. We can just recompute it all the time if we need it. And this sounds crazy at first, but actually it works really well up to a few hundred or 1,000 events per stream. It will not work anymore if this grows more and more and more, and if things start to get unbounded. Then we have to persist things on the read side, and I'm showing on the end, if we still have time, how this is done. All right, so I have created some package which is doing some idea of content workflow in Neos. It's actually doing very little right now. I'm showing you. So in your node types, you can configure some workflows. So this is the workflow called tech blog post, and it has some steps. Like first, we have to write an idea. Then we can go to the outline or the draft state, and then there's the review, the published, and the shared on social media state, for instance. And if we install this package and we enter some kind of blog post, then on the right side we have this button, which is not very well styled, saying Start Workflow Tech Blog Post. And if we click that, we see that we are in the idea state right now, and we can transition to one of state, basically back and forth. And so that's just the basic workflow transition idea I have implemented. Of course, in the real world, you would then add modifications to the Neos user interface depending on the workflow step you are, for instance, but I didn't have time for that before conference. All right, so that's the example I'm going to demonstrate now, and this code is all open source on GitHub, so you can have a look. All right, so that was the basic idea. Now let's look at the file structure, and if we look at this content workflow package, it's just a very normal package in Neos. But if you look closely, actually we have a classes folder and we have a source folder in here. That's my personal thing I'm trying to experiment with. The idea of that is that actually I would like to separate between the Neos specific code and the standalone code of my system without having many packages around. But I just would like to do this conceptual separation at first. Now that's something I'm trying out right now. And one way, a small way of doing that is, so for me personally, what I'm trying right now is that I'm using the source folder for this core business logic, which does not depend on any frameworks, and we use classes as usual for Neos specific framework code. And we only depend on the event store basically and this adapter. And actually, I already have written an adapter also for Laravel, for instance, because we need it in a project which stores these events using the Laravel abstractions, because they don't use Doctrine internally. All right, so what we're going to do now is we look into the source folder, because we're looking at the business domain of our code. If we open it up, we have some domain area. One I'm calling workflow, and the other one is called workflow definition at the bottom, which we don't care about right now. We are focusing on this workflow part of our context. This is the structure we are using in the Neos content repository, and which we figure out which works really well. So let's see what's in there. We have a bit of infrastructure for handling commands, and we need some kind of event store. And we have this core app, core workflow app in this case, which is the one central entry point from the outside world. And then we have business logic, which we try to usually group together in features. So we have, for instance, a feature called Workflow Lifecycle and another feature called Workflow Step. And by these names, you can already guess that the lifecycle is more about the broad kind of things, like starting a workflow, ending it. And Workflow Step is really this one thing going forward. But that usually depends a bit on your domain, and it's very likely to change that over the course of a project if you see it fitting better. All right. And then we need some kind of projection state in there, which is also business logic. It's basically the read side of our model. Okay, so that is the file structure we are going to do. And now I'm expanding the files one by one, and we'll go through that. And now the code part starts. I hope that's fine. If anything goes too quickly, try to focus on the concepts, and you can look up the code in detail later on anyways. And also ask us questions also after the conference via Slack. We are very well reachable. Okay, so we want to do event sourcing. We need an event store. And I need something to drink. So the event store is this thing which stores our events in this event log. And for us, it worked well to have a custom event store object in our project. So this is called Workflow Event Store. You might have guessed that. And what we're actually doing is we are converting from this events we are getting from Neos Event Store to the application events while reading. And we have these workflow events to persist, which we convert into the Neos Event Store events. And the reason for that is that on the infrastructure side of Neos Event Store, the system only really knows the bare basics. It only knows events have some kind of data, but this doesn't care about how this data is structured. So it doesn't care about whether the data is in JSON or in XML or in protobuf or in, I don't know, CSV, if you really want to like to do that and need a lot of pain. But our application actually cares. Our application really cares about a certain way of persisting events. So what we are actually trying to do is converting these things up and forth, and for that we have a so-called event normalizer which does this kind of conversion. So the conceptual way to think about that is that the workflow event store is the wrapper around this core Neos Event Store package, and internally this uses the so-called event normalizer to convert these events. And you see normalize is the direction on the right side, and denormalize is on the reading side. And this is really just doing very basic conversion, in my case, from JSON back and forth. All right, so that is the basic idea of workflow event store. Now let's look at the code, what is in there. So we need one way to write into the event store, and we need another way to read from the event store, right? So for writing, we usually call this method commit. In my case, we pass it a workflow ID, which is basically the stream we are in. We are persisting, we have a certain amount of events to persist, and we have to send in a so-called expected version. What this means in detail, I'll explain. But basically, we pass that through directly to the internal event store, and the only thing we are doing in here is enriching and normalizing the events, which is doing the conversion. So that is triggering the normalizer we have just seen. And on the other side, it's the same thing. It's loading events from the event store on the read side, and then converting the events back again in the line below to events of our business domain, and then we are returning them back. And what we get by doing that is we make sure that our events are a COSM or are not interchangeable with any other event-sourced applications in other packages, for instance. So it's really one world of our own, which is what we want, right? We don't want one global event stream where we put everything in somehow randomly, but we want, basically the event sourcing is a specific concept for this single package. so that it's inside the bounded context and not just a global thing. That was also something we realized back then, because when we started building this event source stuff, we are more thinking about this, oh, you have one event store and put everything in there, but it turns out to not really be practical on the long run. All right, so we have a way to store and read events now and can convert them. Very good. What else do we need to do? We need one way to handle the write side. So if something has to change on my system, we need to dispatch commands to the system. And what we do here usually is have a command handler infrastructure stuff, and there the command, let's see what this is. So the command interface is on the very top. It's just a marker interface to say, okay, this is a command. These kind of things which implemented is a command. The command handler interface has two things to do. It has one way of telling the system, I am responsible for a certain kind of command. And the second is actually handling that command, which means changing the state, checking preconditions, and it returns the events which need to be persisted to the database. And it's usually you need some way of accessing the read side of the system, and this example, I'm passing it right in. I could also pull it out from another object if needed there. This is for checking constraints. We'll get to that in a bit. All right. And now the last infrastructure part I need to explain is this core application, this core workflow application. This consists of a lot of initialization. So that means in the constructor, we have to register which events the system knows. So that's the first part, which is basically telling the system which events we are able to convert. We need to instantiate our event store, and we need to instantiate our command handling system. So this command bus on the bottom, and we put in the different command handlers there, which exist in the system. And then we need some way of reading from our core application. So that might be a method to get a projection, or I call this in this case state for something. And so what we do now here is we access the event store, get all the events, and then from these events we build up the current state. Because remember, what we are doing is we are using, we are recomputing the current state just as we need it. We don't store it in the database at this point in time. Okay, so this is the reading side, and now we get back to the writing side of the system. This is actually the most tricky code I'm gonna show. So because this kind of system is always working in this separated bounded context, in the separated streams, I'm passing in a workflow ID here, and the command I would like to do. And what this thing is doing is it's reading the state from the system at the start. So this is reading the current state of the system. Then we run the current command handler. We get back the new events which should be published, or it throws an exception if things go wrong and preconditions are not fulfilled. And then we are persisting events to the event store. And the important part is this comment here, if nothing changed in between in this stream. So that means we want to do some kind of consistency checking, saying we want to make sure that what we read here is the thing we can make decisions here and was not modified in the meantime by somebody concurrently. So this is what this code is doing. Don't worry about too much if you don't understand all the details in here, because if you normally program today with an ORM, like Doctrine ORM, actually you don't have any of that usually. It's just luck usually if there's a conflict or not. So of course you can handle that with Doctrine, but in most projects I have seen and also have developed, developers and also myself usually don't care about that because it's just hidden away from you and you have to actively think about that. And by this infrastructure, actually, we get a lot of consistency in my system, way more than with the average, I don't know, ORM-based version. Okay. So now we are able, just recap, we have the infrastructure ready. We have a core class which we can read the state from. We can write write new commands, and these commands get converted to events, and this is again persistent. So that, if you remember this first cycle at the start, we are having the pieces pretty much ready. There's one thing left now, which is the read side, which is the projections. And it's actually, it depends very much on the project, how this should be structured and how this makes sense. So in my case, I have implemented my projection state as a class which is composed by some traits to have these different concerns of the projection separated. But that's really very, very individual, but that's a very pragmatic first start into this whole world. In NEOS, we'll do it a little bit differently because we have different parts of projections which function fundamentally different. And in my case, this, we initialize the state with a set of workflow events, and then for instance, to access the node ID of the current workflow, because my workflows are always tied to a certain NEOS node, so you start them in the context of a NEOS node, so you need a way to retrieve this NEOS node back. We have an accessor which says, which then goes through all the events and finds the first event of type workflow was started, and then we know that this event has a certain property, which is the node, and this is the node ID we would like to return. So basically, we always work with this stream of events, and we search for that forth and back by filtering and so on. And you can actually get really, really far if your domain is bounded. All right. That was a lot of boilerplate now. But you only have to do that once. You can usually copy-paste that from some projects like this one. And as soon as you started doing that, implementing a feature is always boiling down to the same step of things to do. So first, we have to build up a command, or we have to create a command class. We have to do create a command handler, which tests preconditions. And for that, it might fetch state, fetch projections, or it might load configuration. So that means the command handler can do all the side effects, which you're not allowed to do on the projection side. And then the command handler returns the events, so we have to create the events. So that means, let's see how we can implement something like transitioning to a certain step. So that is the operation I would like to do now. I'm at a certain workflow point, and I want to do one step to the next one when the user clicks a button. So for that, we have a command which we have to create. You see that on the right side implemented. It just consists of the information you need to do this step. So you basically just say, what is the next step I would like to transition to? Then you need some kind of command handling adjusted. I'll show that in a second. Then we need an event, which pretty much will look like this, because it needs to contain the same information, but it might also contain some more information, as we will see. And then we have some state, which we also need to modify, which is the way to access it on the read side. And we can actually, for every feature we are doing, we can do these steps, and this scales very, very well, although it's a bit of typing, especially in the beginning. Okay, so we created the command. Then we need to do the command handling. And so if we already have a command handler, we have to modify both the canHandle and the handle method, in the sense that canHandle also has to check for this new command we just created. In this handle logic for the command handling, we usually have a big if-else statement, so this fancy match statement saying, okay, if there's a command coming in which is a transition to step, then please call handle transition to step. And in here, we can actually, we can read things, like here we read things from the state, for instance. We can throw errors if things go wrong. And if everything goes right, we can return our events from that. So we convert from commands to events at this point. And the event contains a bit more information than the command because it also contains the information about which step was completed, right? So my command only contained my target, so this is the thing the user clicked on. But in the event, it's very valuable to also know where you are coming from. So this is what the command handler has added to the system, and that's something very typical to see. And because the event needs to be persistent in the event store, we need some way to save it and read it. So we need a way to convert it to a string and back. And I usually have a JSON serialize function and make it implement JSON serializable, and have an extra function called from array, which does the reverse direction. And we actually, I'm usually programming that out, although it's a bit repetitive, but it's just very easy to debug if things go wrong. Okay, and the last thing we need to do, we need to create a new step, adjust our projection side. So we can do things like, to figure out the current step, we don't only look at the workflow was started event, but also we need to check the transition to step event so that we can return the current step we are in. Okay. Now, this is all nice if you can work in these single streams, what I explained in the beginning, right? So if you have one workflow and a second workflow and they don't interfere in any way. In practice, it turns out this might work for 80% of your problems, but not for the last 20%. It doesn't work if your domain is extremely complex, and sadly, it also doesn't work if you want to have some global position in your user interface to, for instance, show what workflows are open, you know, because at this point you need the global information, at least, like what is the currently running workflow. You need some kind of list to look into that. And that's something, that is a part, actually I'm quite more quick than I thought. This is a part which is a bit tricky to get right. So what Bastian Weidlich has done is create a package which is called the subscription engine, which handles this catch-up side on the projections for you and making sure that you get an event only one time, really exactly. That's basically the way how we do it in Neos. And what you need to do for that is you need to create some, you need to instantiate a subscription engine in your core application, and you need to pass it some information like which table we need to use to store, how far we are in the stream. And we need a setup method which is able to boot the system up and create the necessary entries in the table. And then in the handle method, so when we persisted an event, we then have to catch up our subscription. And this will then understand that we already have 3 events in the database, in the event store, but we only saw the first event at this point. So that means event 2 and 3 will be executed, and our projection can then be updated. So that's the part which has been created just last week. So that is pretty new in the standalone version, but we are quite happy with the current solution right now already. And it's things which you can easily pull into your project. Okay, so to wrap it up, all the example code is on GitHub in Sandstorm Content Workflow repository. So actually the package is not doing anything besides these few buttons you have seen. So the actual workflow part, which brings value to users, is not in there yet. And what we've seen now is that we need some kind of infrastructure layer with the event store and the command dispatching and this core application, which is the main API. And then we have the read side with either the simple in-memory projections, and the other way would be persistent projections, where we have created a subscription engine you can pull in and use for creating persistent projections. And last but not least, we have to write command handlers for the right side of the system. So that's basically it. And I'm happy to be there for some questions.
Well, very good. Thank you, Sebastian. And also you, as a speaker, get some presents.
Thank you.
And we do have some questions. I saw two before I stepped up the stage. It might have become more. Not yet, but oh yeah, they come dropping in. So please keep on. So first one, what happens when the event log table gets, quotes, full? Mm-hmm. Can a website get slow because of a huge event log table?
Yeah. So we have never experienced that. That's the short answer. But the thing is, the event log is only relevant in the most written to and read parts, so the rightmost part, basically. So the newest part is the thing which is constantly appended to and also read from. And databases are generally extremely efficient at these kind of access patterns. That's the one part of the story. And the second thing, if it ever gets slow, it's extremely easy to take the first 1 million events and put it somewhere else and put them to persistent storage, for instance. And if you need them at any time in the future, you can just pull them out, because it's very easy to write this kind of adapter if you would need that at this point in time.
Cool. That's an interesting question. How would you handle anonymizing data after some time, e.g. for regulatory reasons?
Yeah, that's a good question. There would be two options there, I think. The one would be to move the data, this GPTR data outside the event store in a way which is only where you actually leave the event stored part of the system. So you would only have an ID in your event log pointing to this data, and then you could override it and delete it basically, and saying, okay, this is now gone, right? That is a valid version. Another one would be to encrypt this data and store the encryption key for this user in an extra table. And if you want to anonymize the user, you just delete the encryption key, and this way it's not possible anymore to read this data. Of course, please use safe encryption for that. Don't program it yourself. Use the standardized stuff in the PHP library for that.
Yeah, perfect. Got a very similar question. I guess this has been answered by this one. What if I want to lose information? I think that has been answered. Which approach would I use to expose different states of my content to the user?
Sorry?
Which approach would I use to expose different states of my content to the user?
So you mean different, I guess it means different points in time, in history, I would say?
Probably.
Yeah, okay. That is basically event sourcing, and this pattern doesn't say anything about that. So it's basically up to the projection to do that in some way. So that means we don't have a really good solution to that yet. But you could imagine some kind of snapshots, for instance. That would be one option. Or another way would be what Michael has shown yesterday with this Neo4j adapter at the stage below. There, the database can provide us this information. But if you only have these different streams of events which you have seen, you actually already have that, because you have all the stream of events and you're free to read that just up to a certain point, and this way you can easily traverse in history because you never persist this state. So it's easy to just read it to the half of it. So if that works for you, that's also an option. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The last one is quite similar to what we already had, but maybe a tad different. In Git for content thinking, can I flatten all events belonging to a node at some point to reduce events?
Yeah. So I mean, this is really, what I've shown is basically applicable to any kind of state change centric problem, right? So, and the important thing is to first think about the event log as some immutable thing which is only appended to, so you never delete or remove or modify conceptually. As usual, there are exceptions to this rule, and it is totally valid to compact events to a certain point in time, and actually we already experimented or tried this in Neos as well. It's not active right now, I think, but we experimented, for instance, with something. If you type and you have lots of editing events for one node, this could actually get compacted when you publish it to one single event then. So it is certainly possible to do that, and it's also valid to do that. It's just important that you really take care or make sure that you don't break the promises of the system. So that means the compression actually needs to create the same result as the initial event. So that's your job then. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was it for the questions. Thank you so much, Sebastian, for these terrific insights into event sourcing in this case. Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
It's your applause. Well, that was the last talk for the conference on this stage. I wanted to have, before ending it off here, personal thanks to all the audience. Maybe Maya, would you join me on stage shortly?
Hello, sorry. Hi.
I just wanted to say goodbye, and to thank you for.
No, thank you. I would
being on
not.
stage
I would
with
not
me.
enter the stage without you. You're my safety. Then again, I just said to to Sebastian too, that you guys are the safety too. I don't think I would feel as comfortable as I do in front of a different crowd.
Yeah. Thank you for being such a great audience. Thank you. And the last thing for today is going to be the panel discussion, and I think it's in the best sense of the word. We're going to discuss the large panel you have been adding your notes to, and that's be on free, sharp, downstairs, grab a coffee, see you there, and then it's the closing of the conference.
And don't forget to rate the talks.
Oh, yeah.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
No, I was bored. It's ambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes falling out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored.